Good morning, everyone. Minister the Honorable Edmund Bartlett, Minister the Honorable Edmund Bartlett, Minister of Tourism for Jamaica, former Governor General Sir Kenneth Hall, former Prime Minister of Jamaica Sir P.J. Patterson, visiting ministers, members of the Diplomatic Corps, senators, Madam Permanent Secretary and other permanent secretaries, other visitors, university committee, university community, welcome to day 2. And I can now breathe a sigh of relief. You know, day 1 is usually the litmus test. And even though there were some hiccups, which you don't know and you don't need to know about, I think we had a wonderful day in terms of content, in terms of representation, and in terms of the discussions themselves. Today, however, marks what I would want to call an interesting day. Today is the genesis of a conversation that has been happening for the last 40 years. And this conversation is essentially about South-South trade and development. From Andre Gardner-Frank to, more recently, Sir Hilary Beckles' book about how the UK underdeveloped Africa, the solution to development has always been South-South cooperation. And even though we have many mechanisms that have facilitated this, the truth is they have not worked in a way in which we would have wanted them to work. Today is an excellent opportunity to facilitate a dialogue in a space at a moment in human history that has the potential to make that facilitation and change. And this is tourism. Tourism has always been the leader. Tourism has always been the driver of development. And in this particular instance, tourism is now entering into that South-South dialogue, which is an exciting moment to have because essentially it means that we're at the cusp of a conversation about development. So, colleagues, today is an exciting moment to look at not just South-South facilitation and trade and cooperation, but how many persons who are outside of the South, the global South, can facilitate the conversation, can participate in the engagement, and also can fulfill their obligation and their organization objectives and goals. So without further ado, I think I have the pleasure of inviting the Executive Director of the Global Tourism Resilience and Crisis Management Center for Kenya that manages 16 countries in East Africa to the podium. Esther, I am thrilled to have you here. You know, we started in 2018 with a center here in Jamaica, and Honorable Minister Bartlett, with his desire to rule the world, has decided that he had to have a center in Africa. And Kenya had jumped up to the plate in terms of being one of the first centers. And that center has been fully operational to the point where the home center, we don't have as many projects as you do, but the headquarters does not need to have the projects, which is a good thing. And we're entirely thrilled to have you here, and the idea of you being here in a partnership of this nature is phenomenal. So, ladies and gentlemen, help me to welcome our Executive Director for GTRCMC to bring welcome.
So, distinguished guests, our hosts, all protocols observed, it takes me great pleasure to be here with you this morning. Esther Munyere, Dr. Esther Munyere, the Executive Director of the Global Tourism Resilience and Crisis Management Center for Eastern Africa. that is domiciled at Kenyatta University. It is great pleasure to be here with you this morning. We have been working together with the Mother Center since 2019, when His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya, visited Jamaica on a state visit, together with the Minister for Tourism, and decided that it was important to have a center, the very first satellite center in Kenya, domiciled at Kenyatta University, covering 14 countries of the Eastern Africa region. So it all started in 2019, November, when the team from Jamaica thought it wise to have the very first satellite center located at Kenyatta University, and the Vice Chancellor of Kenyatta University, who could wave, kindly wave, Vice Chancellor, Kenyatta University, he accepted to have the center at Kenyatta University in 2019. We have been working towards establishing the center since then, and the center has achieved quite a lot, and as Professor Wala says, we have been working on programs and projects within the country as well as the region, the Eastern Africa region. We always say in Kenya that possibly the Minister for Tourism in Jamaica, Edmund Bartlett, must have been a prophet in the former life because he brought this center at a time that the world needed it, just before COVID-19. So for us in Kenya and in East Africa region, we embraced it, and it became a problem-solving entity throughout the COVID-19 period. So what happened is that we, as the center, the Resilience Center, worked as a coordinating agent for all the actions that were rotating around recovery from COVID-19, action and recovery around COVID-19. And the Minister for Tourism in Kenya was very, very supportive of the center, and we, as the center, would work as a coordinating agent such that the various entities, both private and public entities, the CEOs would come together and look for solutions, and they would commit to take action towards action and recovery against COVID-19, and we would put together all these documentations like performance contracting, and within a particular period of time then we would review and monitor the progress on what each entity is doing was doing towards recovery and action all throughout COVID-19. And that is not the only crisis that we've managed. We've been managing so many others, and it is the reason why we were so strongly established, especially within the country, is that during just before COVID, the country felt that it was important to have a national crisis steering committee that constituted of all members of the public sector and the private sector in tourism, as well as other areas that are related to crisis that relate to crisis in tourism, like health, cybersecurity, and others. And the committee was chaired by the minister and co-chaired by the deputy minister, who would guide on the action and recovery from any kind of crisis. You know, the region is affected by also other crises, like, for example, terrorism that affects tourism in a big way. And the crisis committee, which is of course chaired by the minister, requests or requires that the Resilience Center feeds it with information on timely basis on any kind of crisis that is happening, and any information that is of interest to tourism in the region. So that has made our work much easier, because each one of those, the tour operators, travel agents, the hoteliers, all those associations have come together within this crisis committee to ensure that our decisions are made based on data and information from the Resilience Center at Kenyatta University. So the center has been really of great help, and not only in Kenya, but also in the region. And how we work within the region is that we work together with the already constituted regional organizations, such as the East Africa Community, where we meet quite often, and we communicate, and we have researchers within this establishment, that like the East Africa Community, East Africa Tourism Platform, and others who help us in making decisions within their organizations, and therefore we are able to reach the various countries with a lot of ease. Also, we use a lot of technologies, like we use a geographic information system, that a package that is within Kenyatta University that helps us in creating databases on crisis management, and within a click of a button, you're able to know what is happening where in the country, as well as in the region. So it's a work in progress, of course, but so far so good. We have maps that would show the areas that have issues that are likely to have crisis, what kind of crises are in particular regions, and such a database is very, very helpful in making decisions. And this is also shared with the police and others. And it has been very, very important. The center has been very useful also in informing other sectors, such that we have been able to connect, like, for example, the Ministry of Tourism together with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the police, being lucky that one of our key decision makers within the tourism industry for a long time has been the retired Inspector General of Police, which makes it very, very easy to take action within various areas of the country as well as the region, and connecting also the various decision makers, not only within Kenya, but also in the Eastern Africa region. So, ladies and gentlemen, to conclude, we would wish to urge all the other countries, all the other regions, to embrace this concept of resilience and crisis management, and have these centers within regions, because it is what we have seen within our region is that when, for example, there is a bombing in Mogadishu, a reporter reports in Kenya, in Nairobi, and on the screen you see all these burning, buildings burning and all that, and at the end they say, this is Rajab, reporting in Nairobi, Kenya. So what do tourists think? That whatever they have seen on the screen for the last 2 minutes is actually happening in Nairobi. So we have a responsibility as Kenya to take care of our neighbors as well, like Somalia and all that. And we are glad that we have partnerships, particularly within universities, like in Somalia and Ethiopia, where we work together to create dialogues with the policymakers to ensure that we work together to sort out many issues, particularly terrorism issues. So thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, and we wish you all the best. And as you continue thinking about building these regional centers, we are here happy to help you, share with you our ideas on how we do this and the benefits we are seeing in this. And we are also very happy that our new minister has resilience as part of her agenda, and we hope to work together in this. So thank you very much, and have a good conference.
Thank you very much, Esther. She's being very modest, to be honest. During the pandemic, Esther and the GTRCMC Kenya office was a rock star. They essentially participated in over 40 task forces across the East African space itself, providing knowledge and capacity building in terms of solution for resilience. Of course, resilience is now a buzzword. Many persons are using the term. When you ask, how do you build resilience, and how do you be resilient? They really can't tell you, and that's a challenge. But we at the GTRCMC have perfected the methodology, and in the last 2 years, we've actually used a number of models and forecasting systems to support not just countries in Africa, but across Latin America and the Caribbean itself, and even the United States. In 1 or 2 states in the United States, they used some of our solutions in Las Vegas, for example. And I just want to say that we have Esther here, so just to provide some quick clarity. So the GTRCMC, we have satellite offices around the world. Jamaica is the headquarters. Each satellite focuses on a different area. We all have our core areas that we focus on. The Kenya office, they do a lot of work in terms of climate management, but also in terms of wildlife. I'd also like to take the opportunity to introduce our executive director for our GTRCMC Canada office, Professor Ian Austin. Ian. And the Canada office essentially is now shaping up to focus on 2 different things, cybercrime, cyberterrorism, and how it affects the tourism space, and issues of health and tourism and healthcare. And we are very excited to work with them and also share this knowledge at our next event. Now, I have the distinct pleasure of introducing my boss. It can be a good or a bad thing. You can use this opportunity to say things in the name of jest, or you can just be honest. Now, to be quite frank, there's not much I can say. Very passionate, a driver, a visionary, someone stopped me in the corridor yesterday and asked the question, what does he eat? I can't understand, what does he eat? And I had to turn to her and say, when you find out, let me know. We've been trying to find out for some time now, right? And for some of us trying to find out so we can actually take him off some of it. Right. Minister. Welcome.
Thank you, Professor Waller. I said yesterday that some of you wonderful PhDs who really have ambitions to be professors need to come to tourism, because in a matter of 5 years pace, we converted 2 PhDs into professors. I say no more. Thank you so much again for yesterday. Before I greet and do the salutations, allow me to just say how very proud I am today because of yesterday. I thought yesterday was strong, was powerful. The quality of the presentations were top shelf, as we call it. And I think that it's going to redound to a strong future for this particular thought leadership process that Jamaica started in terms of the resilience discourses and discussions across the world. And I believe that we, as a Caribbean, bigger than the archipelago now, as a Caribbean, all those countries that are washed by the beautiful Caribbean Sea, we are making a new statement in terms of global collaboration and leadership, because we're asking for a confluence of ideas to enable a solution to be found to the business of managing, mitigating, forecasting, recovering, and thriving after disruptions. Most Honorable P.J. Patterson, former Prime Minister of Jamaica, and the statesman in residence of the P.J. Patterson Institute for African Caribbean Advocacy here at the University of the West Indies. And I'm seeking his permission to say it publicly, my friend, former Governor General of Jamaica, former principal of the Mona campus of the UWI, and someone who I have the highest regard for and the deepest affection to. Both he and his beautiful bride, Rima, I think, Lady Rima. Sir Kenneth Hall has been a real stalwart and a true patriot, and I honor you today, Professor Hall. My permanent secretary, that is quite permanent. Well, for the blessings of my life, not the bane, the blessings of my life, Jennifer Griffith has been with me from day one in tourism until day this. And who knows. But whatever we have done, whatever we have achieved, whatever added value we have brought to the tourism space locally and internationally, I lay it all at the feet of Jennifer Griffith, who has been there for me from the beginning. Professor Dale Weber, I greet you in absentia. I believe you will join us at a later stage today, but he is the principal of the Mona campus, and he is in fact our host in real terms, and we want to honor him today. The wonders of our democracy allows for some beautiful things to happen, ministers. I don't know how it happens in your country, but in mine it happens with a little beauty, grace, and sometimes panache, and then some little roughness. But it happens. And so I greet my opposite number, the Senator Janice Allen, who is the opposition spokesman on tourism. And I welcome you and thank you for joining us today. Now, to the star of the show today, it's all my ministerial colleagues from Africa and the Caribbean. And I just want to ask them all to stand where they are, so that, and just turn around a little bit so you could see this galaxy of stars that we've managed to assemble on the firmament of Jamaica. I noticed that Lennox didn't want to stand, you see, because I think he's swamped by the beautiful ladies who are ministers of tourism and the African ministers of tourism who have arrived are all women, and that's exciting. Thank you so much. Distinguish all, because we are all distinguished here, and I'm excited to have this wonderful gathering of outstanding leaders across the world joining us for day 2 of this conference. And today is particularly important because it is causing something to happen, Most Honorable PJ, that we have dreamt of, have hoped for, have longed for, have desired, and are now beginning to see. The issue of the African diaspora in the New World is one that is evoking mixed feeling among many. And it is causing discussions of various sorts and kinds, large and important discussions on issues that sometimes are broader, bigger than all of us as individuals and even as collectives. And much discussions too have been talking about reparation and the issues relating to the historic process and what it has done and meant to us. And we look at ourselves as product of that process, and some of us are delighted at what we see, and others have issues with what they see. But what we know is that the advent of the movement of our people from Africa into the Americas has enabled the development of a a cadre of human beings that have a sense of belonging. And we're feeling that sense of belonging. That we know that we are from Africa. And we're getting more love and more pleasure and more delight in saying it. But we have learned so much in our journey in this part of the world that the time has come for us to not only talk about reparation in terms of getting back what might have been lost, but the time has come for us to discuss adding value to what we had. And today's conference is about adding value to what we had. And we in the new world have learned, we've studied, we've developed skills, we've developed wealth, we've developed acumen for various types of activation. Some of us are professors and leaders. Some of us are technicians. And it is time for us to give back. And so this conference is also about the reverse diaspora. It's we in the Caribbean have developed the capacity of being the best hospitality providers on planet Earth. We are defined as being the most tourism-dependent region. And the good news is that the recovery from COVID-19 has placed us in a privileged position in terms of all the world, in terms of the rate of recovery, the extent of the recovery. The fact that our resilience has proven and brought itself to the fore to the extent where in all of the analyses, the Caribbean is the fastest recovering region in the world after COVID for tourism. So we must have been doing something right. And so we have something over which we could say we have not just competitive, but perhaps even comparative advantage. And tourism offers us that opportunity. And so Africa is now looking for recovery too. And they have been looking at tourism, but they are the new frontier for us. They are learning the art of entertainment and utilizing their culture to add value to their economic well-being. And the Caribbean can help. And we can also be the bridgehead to the richest and most lucrative market in the world. The United States of America, no question about that. North America, that's the richest and strongest and most prolific market for tourism in the world. China is the largest, but it is not the richest market. And so we in the Caribbean will want to use today as a platform for the beginning of that convergence that will bring Africa and the Caribbean together to move into the market that they want. But we are not wanting to be only givers. We have the capacity to receive even more from Africa, yes. And they have the capacity to give more. So we want to explore some of that today. We want to look at how we can have a full interchange, create areas of convergence in various elements of tourism activities. Air connectivity is a huge one. To look at how we can reach each other. To look at the communication skills that we have developed in tourism and how we can transmit some of that. But I think most importantly in all of this is a recognition that tourism that we have become masters of in the Caribbean can be an agent of international peace, collaboration, and cooperation. And so I explore with you these ideas and ask of you that you put flesh and substance and sinews onto these little bones that I've thrown out. And let us leave this conference with a solid body of ideas and thoughts and plans for action that will strengthen the relationship between the motherland and the children. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister Bartlett. This country, and indeed this university, has been at the forefront of advocacy as it relates to Africa-Caribbean trade and relations. As a matter of fact, this university has several courses and even a degree program on Africa-Caribbean relationships. We've been a part of many discussions from apartheid to reparations. And in some instances, this university, the University of the West Indies, can be argued to be the most impactful institution in the world when it comes to Caribbean African advocacy. Now, the GTRCMC wishes to follow in the footsteps of this advocacy, starting with tourism. And believe you me when I say that the possibilities are endless. It can range, as Minister started to articulate, from multi-destination tourism, where we could have a package where you could go to Johannesburg or Kenya and do 3 days there, and then fly to the Caribbean and do 4 days there as a part of an overarching tourism mechanism. It could also mean tourism outsourcing in terms of customer service, call centers, but I'm sure Prime Minister Patterson will explain all of this to you. Now, the truth is, even though I've said that this university and this country have been advocates for Africa and Africa-Caribbean relations, the gentleman who is going to be speaking now, our former Prime Minister, Sir P.J. Patterson, has been one of the leaders, one of the global leaders in terms of advocacy while he was a Prime Minister, and even after leaving the role of Prime Minister, the first thing he did was to establish an institute for Caribbean Africa advocacy. Just goes to show the passion that he has for, and a vision that he has for the Caribbean and Africa. And certainly the most ideal person to speak today. The person who is introducing the former Governor General is our former Prime Minister, but I'm introducing him in a different context. He was also a former principal of this university as well. And under his reign, this university, the University of the West Indies, undertook 16, and I had to do some research, Sir Hall, and I'll give you the data after, 16 major global projects geared towards fostering greater relationships between the Caribbean and Africa, most of which had to do with Lomé and ACP-related activities. I have the distinct pleasure of introducing Sir Kenneth Hall, former Governor General and Principal of the University of the West Indies, who will introduce our keynote speaker, Sir Hall.
Open your heart to what I mean. In the whole world, you know, there's a million boys. Bit of music, because I can't sing myself. But to say that the person I'm introducing personified those words for much of his career. As Minister of Tourism, as Minister of Foreign Affairs, and Prime Minister. But one of the beauties of being in Jamaica is what I consider continuity. Jamaica has had the good fortune of having a group and a set of ministers in the tourism portfolio who have shared many of the same ideas. And lest you think this song was intended just for Most Honorable P.J. Patterson, the first time I met the current Minister of Tourism, he was then Minister of Culture. I don't think many of you are aware of that. And so I brought a group of students in my Caribbean course, and when they heard him, they thought he was the young, gifted, and black. I had to correct them and to say, historically, you don't do that in Jamaica. But more than that, they thought, having heard his passion about Jamaican culture, they wanted to move to Jamaica. You didn't know that, Ed, but I am letting you know now. And that was 1981. So nothing has changed in his passion about tourism. Ladies and gentlemen, I accept the order of precedence that has been laid down by the Minister of Tourism. And so I am delighted to have been asked by the Minister of Tourism to introduce my role model and mentor of long-standing, the Most Honorable Percival James Patterson, to be the keynote speaker for this morning's session. Not only was he Prime Minister of Jamaica, but historically, and this will be a record, I hope, for a long time, he was the only Prime Minister who served 18 years without being defeated at the polls and retired to the pavilion, as he often reminds me, without having his wickets falling to the displeasure of the populace. And that, I think, is enough. I need hardly say anything else this morning. But he has had this long and distinguished career. And I was asked to introduce him, and I am having challenges thinking of which of the themes in his career I should emphasize this morning. But rather than doing that, I thought I would do something else, and I won't have to say anything else. I recommend that you purchase the elegantly scripted autobiography of P.J. Patterson, which is available in the bookshop, and if you wish, I will take you, or I'll arrange for you to go. And so on those of you who have to travel, you'll have a good read on the plane back. And so, for all practical purposes, I have done my work. Nonetheless, given the passion which Minister Bartlett spoke about the relationship and the work that this university has done, I feel obliged. By the way, I was probably one of the few persons who studied for my PhD a thesis on South Africa when Jamaicans could not visit South Africa. So Professor Waller, you may not even have known that, but my whole life was spent in Africa. My career was spent as an Africanist. and a Pan-Africanist at that. But what I wanted to suggest then is that for purposes of this introduction, I will limit myself to only two aspects of the long career of the Most Honorable P.J. Patterson. And I start with the one that is not often known, perhaps among you, but he was, in fact, the Minister of Tourism in Jamaica. And as Minister of Tourism, he changed the trajectory of and transformed the tourism product for this country. His policies were geared at total transformation of what it meant to have a tourism industry. And quote from the book, you can read a whole chapter on his role, his experience as tourism, but I'll summarize by quoting from it. His idea was that the tourist industry and tourism in Jamaica, the perception should be changed from servitude to service, from exclusion to inclusion, and from the benefits confined to the hoteliers to the broader levels of social participation. I know you have heard that from his successor, but those were laid down. And so the point I am making here is that there's continuity in the emphasis of the role of tourism in the Jamaican space. And under the regime of P.J. Patterson, Jamaica pioneered several new firsts. The all-inclusive resort model, a model which provided visitors with a hassle-free vacation experience by bundling all the services, including meals, drinks, and activities into one package. And so you just use your credit card once, and you had everything for the hotel. That was a model which continues and indeed has expanded. He was credited for promoting Jamaican cultural heritage. I don't know, and I should have asked him, can I say that you are manager of a very important the Scatolites. And so you can understand, as Minister of Tourism, he emphasized that the Jamaican culture should be part of that experience. He promoted the music, he promoted the cuisine, and so when you left Jamaica, you had a full exposure to what Jamaica had to offer. More than that, though, he did something else which continues today. He sought to make tourism inclusive within the development initiatives of Jamaica. And so the infrastructure, roads, ports, were all designed to improve the efficiency of the sector. And that, I think, has continued. But the foundations were laid clearly under P.J. Patterson. Most of us also think of marketing as that we have marketed ourselves well. And the marketing strategy distinction is well known, the Jamaican marketing, but it all started again under P.J. Patterson. And as a result of that, he was able to rebrand Jamaica as a modern, vibrant, and welcoming destination. And you heard earlier that Jamaica now is perhaps one of the, well, if I listen to the minister, but I won't quote him, the most desirable destination in the world, but that's when he's marketing. I won't take any credit for that. Now, but for P.J. Patterson, it was not tourism that really, for which he's known, even though he laid some of those foundations. He was known really more as Minister of Foreign Affairs, again, a post which many of you may not have been aware of. And it is under that his relevance in today's, because as Minister of Tourism, as Minister of Foreign Affairs, he felt that the relationship between Africa and the Caribbean should be strengthened. And of course, that arose from his early student days, when it was not fashionable for a student at UWI to visit Africa. As president of the Guild, as part of the Guild, he went to Africa. And that has stayed, that connection has stayed with him. So during his tenure as Minister of Foreign Affairs, he promoted South-South connections and relations and was involved in collaboration between developing countries, all of which was intended to foster development and social progress. But I think it would be, I think the PJ would be surprised if I did not mention his role in Pan-African, and especially the establishment of joint institutions and initiatives to promote the economic and development progress between Africa and the Caribbean. In fact, as one of his most celebrated achievements was the African, Caribbean, and Pacific group of states. Long ago as 1972, he was a leading voice in arguing that Africa and the Caribbean and Pacific states should pool their diplomatic strengths in negotiating the Lomé Convention. He was then Minister of Trade, but was a leading spokesperson on much of that negotiation. Now, not surprising, as both Foreign Minister and Prime Minister, he had been involved in advocacy on behalf of the liberation struggles in Southern Africa and the end of the apartheid in South Africa in particular. And so, on all of these areas, he has had the distinction. And in case you doubt my own judgment, there's evidence to support it. For example, he's one of the recipients of the Order of the Companions of O.R. Tambo. Now, it is one of the, I would say, one of the highest, if not the highest, order of South Africa. And it is given by the President of South Africa to foreign citizens, citizens outside, who have promoted South Africa's interests and aspirations through cooperation, solidarity, and equity in South Africa. And for his other activities in this area, he was awarded the Order of the Caribbean Community. Again, an award which reflected his long, dedicated, and distinguished service in promoting the aims of regional integration. It is therefore not surprising that when the university embarked on its program of global strategy, that they should have appointed the Most Honorable P.J. Patterson as statesman in residence. And to go further, and to name an institute in his honor, the P.J. Patterson Institute for Africa and Caribbean Advocacy. Well, advocacy here, few of you would also, I have not mentioned, of course, his distinguished legal career, that he is a KC, now he recently has become KC from QC. He got QC, that is Queen's Counsel, for all those distinguished advocates at the courts. So you can understand, as an advocate, he's formidable. And when he selects a topic, and in this case, African and Caribbean relations, you can expect huge and humongous results from that, from his work. Ladies and gentlemen, in summary, you can understand why the organizers of this conference were wise in selecting the Most Honorable P.J. Patterson as the guest speaker for this morning's activities. I thank you. And remember to buy the book. I am an unbiased, unashamed advocate.
After that introduction, I'm in trouble. Minister Bartlett, other ministers of tourism, former Governor General of Jamaica, Your Excellencies, it is with considerable pleasure that your kind invitation was accepted, which will allow me to speak and participate in this historic conference. I've been asked to address you on the question of South-South trade resilience post-COVID. That's a very, very wide, expansive, and all-embracing subject. Pardon me if I concentrate for purposes of emphasis on the area of tourism and highlight the particular opportunities which arise from the tourist industry, about which I will say something in the course of my address. Let me warmly congratulate Minister Bartlett, Professor Weller, and all those associated with the GTRCMC on this timely initiative. I think it is appropriate that we center our discourse around tourism and its critical need for resilience. Pardon me, and I crave your indulgence for 1 minute of nostalgia. As then the youngest member of the 1972 cabinet, I took up the tourism portfolio with no little trepidation. The industry at that time was seasonal. open in December for the winter tourists who were trying to escape the rigors of the winter season in North America and Europe, and closed in April, which meant that the rooms were locked up and the workers were laid off. At that time, tourism was already identified as one of considerable potential, but it had not yet, as now, emerged as a central plank in the national economy. An international conference of this magnitude, of this span, and this level was totally inconceivable. A few years ago, the P.J. Patterson Institute for Caribbean African Advocacy was established by the decision of the UWI Council. And looking around the room, I assert the privilege and the prerogative as the oldest alumnus of what was then the University College of the West Indies, as we celebrate our 75th anniversary, to welcome you to what I regard as hallowed grounds. The primary purpose of the Institute, as it was articulated at its foundation, was to build on the historical link between the Caribbean and the African diaspora, and I don't think that needs any elaboration in this illustrious audience. If the bridge was necessary before COVID, it's even more essential now. To achieve our focus, the Institute seeks to focus on mobilizing the diaspora, Africa, and the Caribbean in the fields of trade, investment, science, sports, culture, and entertainment. In the era of the pandemic and post-pandemic, there is absolutely no doubt of the urgency with which we must push forward with this agenda, as the challenges facing our two regions have become more acute. And I believe that to find lasting economic solutions, we must look to one of the key drivers of growth, tourism, and we must do so across Africa, the entire continent, and in the Caribbean. With the diminution of sugar, bananas, rice in our export earnings for the Caribbean, and cocoa, groundnuts, and beef in significant portions of the African continent, tourism has now become, for most of us, the cornerstone on which we are endeavoring to build sound economies. Given its magnetic link to agriculture, to manufacturing, and the inseparable connections with the creative industry, entertainment, and services, tourism has become the pillar on which sustainable growth and accelerated development must now depend. Tourism, by its very nature, has always been vulnerable to disasters, hurricanes, earthquakes, floods, droughts, and those which are man-made. Throughout the ages, there have been many shocks, but few have been of more instant global impact and cataclysmic for health and for tourism than COVID-19. The impact of COVID-19 resulted in a 50.4% decline of the global industry and caused the massive loss of some 62 million jobs. In 2019, the contribution of tourism to African GDP was measured at US $168 billion, or equivalent to 7.1% of the total GDP. Tourism in Africa also generated during that year close to 25 million jobs, while visitor expenditures generated 61.3 billion US, or 10.4% of total exports. In the Caribbean, the industry generated 61.5 billion in 2019, representing 13.9% of the GDP for our region. Without a doubt, the COVID pandemic nearly decimated the industry with massive reduction in global trade. While there has been remarkable recovery in 2022, and especially so in the Caribbean, as Minister Bartlett has reminded us, where we are seeing recording increases over 2019, COVID-19 is undoubtedly a major wake-up call for all nations who are reliant on tourism for us to seek to build a new and different future. Both Africa and the Caribbean nations have been faced with what can be termed existential crises in the last decades. The Russian-Ukraine war might be far away in distance, but it has had serious effects on food production and distribution, particularly in Africa, and of course, energy costs have spiraled. The threat of global warming and climate change, heat waves, floods, wildfires, storms, and now sargassum waste have adversely impacted us. We cannot emphasize too much that tourism depends on environmental sustainability. It is a fragile plant, and the sector must therefore be a formidable protector rather than be perceived as a destructive force in order to reverse the current pace of global warming, which would damage the hospitality trade entirely. Tourists' choices and attitudes have moved towards the known, the predictable, and that in which they can have confidence. As a result, extensive planning, extensive domestic vacations, and outdoor activities are expected to increase in the short term. To this trend, tourism-related businesses and destinations are already adapting and conforming. To take advantage of this growing trend towards blended travel trips, several governments are introducing specialist visas known as digital nomad visas, which allow overseas visitors to work remotely in a country for an extended period. Barbados has introduced the Barbados Welcome Stamp that allows visitors to live and work remotely there for up to 12 months. Safety, health, and trust are more important to travelers than at any other time in recent travel and tourism memory. Individual experiences, the phobia of being stuck in another country, and worries for distancing are expected to guide consumer attitudes in the short to mid-term. Tourism and travel-related businesses must work together more closely to be more efficient and respond adequately across their extended value chains. As we know, Jamaican and Caribbean entertainers have been performing on the African continent for decades. The influence of Bob Marley and Jimmy Cliff is legendary, and indeed, many of our current leading artists are now making their own journey to perform regularly in Africa, particularly West and Southern Africa. Similarly, in the field of sports, and particularly in athletics, we have benefited from some level of exchange in our athletes training together, both in Jamaica and on the African continent. Through sporting exchanges, both in training and competitive games, we can forge symbiotic relationships, which, with proper management, will also serve to fuel the travel trade. Despite this being the second most populous continent, Africa received in 2019 only 5% of the 1.1 billion people who traveled to global destinations. It is useful also to point out that in terms of trade, Africa only accounts for some 4% of global trade. We all recognize that the continent has differing tourism products and differing market appeal. I believe with proper planning and effective marketing, there will be a growing demand to visit African destinations. The stimulation of cultural tourism, which I am sure you're going to discuss, involving huge numbers from the diaspora family and students, will help us to overcome some of the existing challenges of airlinks and airlifts. It will also attract airlines and charter flights once we create a vibrant and fertile ground for people-to-people contact by building on the already existing goodwill between our two regions in culture, entertainment, and sports. This strengthening of South-South collaboration for growth in any area or activity, but in this very important industry, tourism, I want to suggest rests on two pillars that are inextricably linked. And I speak of training and of technology. The tourism industry, as a service industry, has always been seized of the need for continuous training and retraining of the workforce to address the dynamically evolving needs of travelers. However, the pandemic has put an even greater pressure on the sector in all our 6 regions to refocus our efforts as the industry experienced a heavy loss of workers during the extended period of lockdown and travel restrictions. The skill sets needed to push the industry forward require training quickly and intensively. Jamaica and the Caribbean have a strong history of developing institutions to train the workforce in all aspects of tourism. This is an area where we can offer support to our colleagues through technical training in countries in Africa that are currently rebuilding or expanding their tourism industry. The Jamaican and Caribbean experience and capacity can help in developing an institutional framework for training that could support the growth of tourism on the African continent and also be of benefit to us in bringing trainees here for exchanges which will create stronger professional bonds across the Atlantic. The COVID pandemic was a catalyst for adoption of new technologies in order to survive. While VR glasses will never replace the intense personal joy of seeing the beautiful sunset from Negril or the breathtaking views from Mount Kilimanjaro, technological readiness to support and improve the visitor experience, to improve methodologies for training, and to enhance health and safety have become much more important in the industry today. The industries in the Caribbean and Africa are still playing catch-up with the technology available in many of the markets, which is steadily advancing to provide more cost-effective and replicable services. We would not wish to replace the genuine adventure for the visitors to our shores, but we must realize that our industry's growth rests on utilizing modern technologies in order to rise to higher levels of economic contribution and create more resilience from external shocks. Much of this can be done using virtual training platforms and collaborating with each other to ensure that we share resources and best practices both in person and virtually. In closing, I wish to reiterate that as statesman in residence at the P.J. Patterson Institute for African Caribbean Advocacy, University of the West Indies, our role is to facilitate, support, and deepen the conversations you are having about how we reduce our vulnerabilities to disasters of all kinds, human or natural, and through meaningful South-South cooperation, make the tourism sector more resilient and dominant. In our mission to advance the economic, social, and cultural development of Africa, we are seized of the importance of tourism as a major catalyst for development and stand ready to work with our neighbors on campus, the GTRCMC, in the partnership which this conference is seeking to forge throughout these discussions, presentations, and networking. I have been involved in South-South endeavors for a very long time. I think time come for us to stop talking about it and do something about it. Let us begin now. And so, I hope that there will emerge from your deliberations a consensus, a determination to build a strong tourism resilience framework based on cross-sectional collaboration, international funding, and technical assistance, the development of comprehensive warning systems and resilience barometers. Let us forge a strong, broad coalition that includes governments, private sector, bankers, hoteliers, academia, communities, and the entire diaspora to create a mutually rewarding tourism architecture which is adaptable, competitive, and sustainable. Hundreds of years ago, our ancestors from the continent of Africa were transported across the first and dangerous voyage across the Atlantic Ocean. I don't think any of us want to replicate the horrors of the Middle Passage. Instead, we, the descendants of those who survived on either side of that ocean, owe it to future generations to ensure that this new bridge which we build is sustainable, sturdy, and secure enough to withstand any future shocks to our economic prosperity. Today, as we meet here in Kingston at Mona, in this seat of global learning, let us take a giant step towards the construction of that bridge. It is high time for the sons and daughters of the diaspora to visit their ancestral home, and for our African brethren and sistren to see where their kith and kin now dwell. We at the Institute hope that in these salubrious surroundings, the seeds will be planted for a truly symbiotic and lasting relationship. Let tourism spring like a baobab tree as the finance of Africa, blended with the managerial expertise of the Caribbean for hotels, attractions, and transportation, can emerge to reunite our people despite the ocean's divide. I am very privileged to have been here to witness this new dawning of collaboration and commit the full support at the Institute to this very important project of moving global tourism on the road to sustainability, resilience, and development for the people of Africa, the Caribbean, and our diaspora. One aim, one destiny, one love.
Oh. Sorry, colleagues, we are going to start the first panel. Thank you very much. First row down. Exactly. We're going to start like right now. Oh, yeah, man. The young man has it. I'm going to get it for you. Well, actually, you know, I think for the timer, you may have to use your phone.
That's you.
Colleagues, we're about to start the first panel. I'm going to kindly ask you to secure your seat.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
The head delegation at the front.
Testing 1.
Welcome back, everyone, and we are now ready to start. We've now finished the formal festivities, and we're now ready for the we're now ready to have the conversation about Africa, Caribbean, tourism, possibility, and trade. I would like to invite colleagues, I'd like to invite our first panelist, Miss Diana, I keep on. Right. She has a fancy new job, so I had to just ask her what it is. Ms. Diane Edwards, she's now Director for Research and Innovation.
Mona School of Business Consulting.
Okay, at Mona School of Business Consulting, a very big job. But before I invite her on, I noticed that there are a couple of plugs for books. May I remind you that myself and Minister Bartlett also has a book on tourism resilience. It's available on Amazon. I don't know where the other one is available. But this one is available on Amazon. So I'm just reminding you to just go on Amazon and purchase a copy. This is the tool that many countries use to mitigate COVID. All right. Now, without further ado, Diane, I'm inviting you to the stage.
Thanks very much, Lloyd, and good morning, everyone. I'm going to say all protocols observed, but I have to recognize a couple of people, some luminaries in the audience, not least the two people whom you heard from this morning, Most Honorable Professor Sir Kenneth Hall, former Governor General of Jamaica, who made an amazing introduction for our Most Honorable P.J. Patterson, former Prime Minister. And I think he blew you away with his introduction, and then our Most Honorable Prime Minister, former Prime Minister, blew you away with his presentation. I thought it was absolutely amazing and inspiring, the lived experience that you felt coming through it. And of course, I have to recognize the Honorable Edmund Bartlett, CD, MP, Minister of Tourism, the inimitable, I would say, Edmund Bartlett, who really infuses his personality everywhere he goes. Have to recognize our PS Griffith, Jennifer Griffiths, who is such an able administrator and real inspiration for a number of things. You heard from Minister Bartlett this morning, the role she has played in organizing this. Senator Janice Allen, thanks for coming. Great to have you here, opposition spokesman on tourism, spokesperson, and Professor Waller, who is one of the driving forces behind this conference. Really, as he said, this is an exciting moment this morning because we're really starting to get into the meat of discussion about South-South cooperation and how that can impact on tourism resilience. So we want to talk today about how can the Caribbean and Africa work together to build tourism resilience and face our shared tourism challenges. I think some of the themes that we can really look at this morning, and I'm going to ask the three panelists to join me in a minute, we can look at some of the fascinating challenges that we face, but very real impacts on human life. We have to look at the challenge of connectivity between Africa and the Caribbean. How do we bridge that connectivity gap? How do we look at developing exchange and collaboration between our peoples on the student level? You heard former Prime Minister Patterson speak about collaboration on students, on tourism, on visiting each other and really exchanging and collaborating. Today is a great example of that. On research and development, there is opportunity for collaboration. In terms of cultural and creative economies, how do we build those two powerhouses, cultural powerhouses, the continent and the archipelago? How do we bring them together in terms of culture and creativity? And communications, you've heard Minister Bartlett on that subject, communications and importance of expanding the knowledge. One of the panelists, Minister Hill, I'm definitely going to call on him to speak about linkages because I know his passion about the linkage of tourism and how do you integrate tourism into the economies and stop seeing tourism as an industry apart, but really as an integrated industry that can be an economic driver. And then, of course, technological solutions of tomorrow that are here today. And Malaga was a great example of that yesterday. They gave us some real insights into how technology can improve the customer experience, but also really drive innovation in tourism. So we have an exciting panel to speak to us this morning, and I'm going to ask them to come up in order. Senator the Honorable Aubin Hill, Minister of Industry, Investment and Commerce, and member of the Senate of Jamaica. I think Minister Hill spoke yesterday, so you were introduced to him, so you know he has over 35 years of working experience in the private sector and was an international banker living in 9 countries, many of them in the Middle East, and has done business in more than 125. I'm not going to go into his CV because it'll take a lot of time. Mr. Richard Waregi, who is the manager of Export Development Finance for the African Export-Import Bank. He has had a 15-year career in the finance industry, much of it in development finance, offering sustainable financial solutions in a number of sub-Saharan African countries. And yesterday you would have heard from Mr. Waregi that the Afrexim Bank has a lot of solutions to offer to the Caribbean. So we are excited to hear how we can use finance to bridge the gaps we face. Mr. Chiza Charles Chiumya, Acting Director of Industry, Minerals, Entrepreneurship and Tourism for the African Union Commission, is joining us now, and he provides integrated solutions combining policy reform and advisory implementation support in tourism, industrial policy, entrepreneurship, and minerals development in African Union member states. So an exciting panel. Welcome, gentlemen. Really pleased to have you with us. I'm going to ask you each to say a couple of words about resilience, some of the themes that I mentioned this morning, and any particular topic that you want to raise and to expand on. I'm asking you to condense your remarks into 5 minutes because we are really strapped for time, number one, but number two, I want to get to some questions. So Minister Hill, may we start with you? I think you have a mic there, so you can speak. Yes.
Yep, it's live. You don't need to tell me 5 minutes. I'll do 3. I want to take the questions. Good to see you again. And there are 2 points I want to raise. The fact of we have to look at South-South trade and tourism. And, of course, the whole discussion of resilience. Minister Ed Bartlett, you've been hearing since yesterday, was really innovative in getting the resilience corridor fixed up in the North Coast so that we could keep our tourism going after 2020 when everybody stopped tourism. The whole world stopped, and we were quick out of the blocks. And today I am pleased to say, as he must have said, and many times he heard yesterday, that we're back to pretty much post-pandemic tourism figures, but even better tourism numbers in terms of money. The biggest part of our budget income, given that bauxite is out of the picture, is tourism by far. So you usually don't compliment your cabinet colleagues, but I go around the world telling the whole world that Ed is the Minister of Tourism in the world. Arguably, anybody who is planning big tourism in the world, from the Middle East to Asia, invites Ed to speak, and he has done a marvelous job for getting Jamaica back to a place where we have not had to borrow any money, we have not had to raise taxes, because our tourism business has been so good. And right beside him, behind him, a little distance, is the business outsourcing operation, which of course is in my ministry. But that aside, we now have to get to the place where we have farmers producing and providing for the tourism industry. And that will take investment. You cannot have a farmer with 2 acres or 5 acres believing you're going to affect a hotel that has to have vegetables every morning and eggs every morning, whatever you have to have every morning. You can't do it with 5 acres. So we need investors who will take 1,000 acres and then get 100 farmers with 5 acres around them to make sure you use a mother farming arrangement to get the linkages into the hotels. So we need to make sure we do that. We have certain things that's not only good for the hotels, but diaspora, breadfruit flour. People want to have ackee, avocado. All the avocados we grow in Jamaica can be sold by the time we land them in the United States. We're not growing nearly enough. So we have to grow those mangoes and so on. South-South. We just had the Sierra Leone delegation to Jamaica. They're building, the Turkish builders are building a fabulous hotel for them in Sierra Leone. Now, they need to be able, we want them to have long flights from Africa, 54 countries, from ECOWAS starting there, and then land in Jamaica. Many of them can't get visas to other destinations. Land them in Jamaica. Those who have visas for people who need visas, you send them up there. Those who don't need visas to go to Brazil and Barbados and Trinidad and elsewhere, Guyana for sure, send them from Jamaica. So we're going to look at that linkage for trade, and I'm taking later this year one of my trade missions to Sierra Leone to look at the ECOWAS market. That's where I'm going to stop, Diane. I'll take questions.
Thank you very much.
Good to see you, Madam, from Sierra Leone, the Minister of Tourism from Sierra Leone. She's right here with us. Diane, over to you.
Thank you very much, Minister. I think some very key points, linkages and how linkages can help us to build resilience. Mr. Chiumya, may I turn over to you and ask you to give us a few remarks?
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Madam Moderator. First of all, I just want to thank the organizers through you, Minister Bartlett, for inviting the African Union Commission to be part and parcel of the discussions that we are having today. The African Union is currently, as you know, moved from the issue of political emancipation to issues of now economic emancipation. And it's through that agenda that we have come up with what we are calling the African Union Agenda 2063. And this agenda has got so many projects aimed at making sure that the economic development that Africa seeks sticks at the end of the day. And you might have heard of the African Continental Free Trade Area. What we are trying to do with that is make sure that Africa's development is resilient by creating one market for the whole continent. And that market has to be explored not only by Africa itself, but the rest of the world. And you'll be surprised that one of the sectors that has been earmarked for liberalization under the African Continental Free Trade Area is actually tourism. So we place so much emphasis on the issue of tourism, and that's why we are really indeed glad that we are here. And we know for sure that one of the bridges that can be built between the Caribbean and the mother continent is actually through tourism. And we believe that that can be done because we have got a lot in common. There are challenges here and there which are there. I just want to mention two. Which have been mentioned by the Honorable Senate, but also our keynote addressee. These are the issue of visas. For me to come here, I had to come through the United States. And from the United States, that's when I came here. I don't need visa to come to Jamaica. But if I think of the hassle of getting a US visa to come, that will lead me to come to Jamaica, I'll stop. I'll say it's better I stay in my continent. But we believe that if we can solve the issue of visa between us, that is going to now allow the two continents and the two regions to be able to connect going forward. That is very important. And that is also going to generate the numbers that the airlines are talking about, that there's no business. But there's no business because it's difficult for Africa or even the Caribbeans to pass through the US or other destinations, the UK, to come to the mother continent. But we believe with those connections, this can be done. And at the African Union Commission, we are realizing that it's very important that we do not forget the sixth region. So the diaspora, African diaspora, is regarded as the sixth region of Africa. And that sixth region to us is very important. I remember when the African Union was celebrating 50 years of independence, the Prime Minister of Jamaica actually came to address the African Union heads of states and government. It shows the importance of the linkage that the mother continent puts on the Caribbean region. And we believe that trade, resilience is important for us to cement our relationship. I will not go into the details of how this can be done. I'm sure it's going to come up during question time. Let me stop here. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chiomya. I think those are critical issues. The visa issue definitely is one that can be addressed through bilateral cooperation. And the question of connectivity, I think, is also critical to this. Mr. Warege, over to you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much to the Minister for the invitation to the African Export-Import Bank. Regards from our Board of Management, led by the Professor Orama, who unfortunately couldn't also make it because he had to attend the CARICOM Heads of State on the other side. The African Export-Import Bank was established under the auspices of the African Development Bank in order to foster trade within Africa and outside of Africa. We are the trade finance bank for Africa. And I will take on from where Charles left on the issue of who do we define Africans to be. And for us, our definition of Africans is Africans in Africa and the Africans in diaspora. And diaspora is an important aspect in our trade definition. And it also leads to my two key points on the topic of the day, and that's on the similarities between the Africa and the Caribbean and the opportunities that are there that we could mutually explore. I am told that Jamaica has one of the biggest diaspora communities. People living outside of Jamaica are more than the people living in Jamaica. That's what I was told. And if that's true, then we have a similarity there because we also have quite a sizable number of Africans living outside of Africa and who are not just contributing to the well-being of Africans, but in some countries, they are also the largest remittances, contribute to the largest remittances. For example, in Kenya, it's one of the top 3 remittances in terms of foreign exchange to the country. And that's a huge opportunity. What are we doing to tap into them? What are we doing to tap into the skill set of the diasporans? The second key similarity is the developing economies and the developing infrastructure. And again, this is also what we have in Africa, that Africa is viewed and perceived to be a risky destination for investors. But we as a Frexim Bank are demystifying that by offering credit solutions, financial solutions, sustainable financial solutions that will help to de-risk that and help develop the economies within Africa. The other key similarity and an opportunity again is the demographic dividend. We have a young population, young, enthusiastic, energetic. We need to take advantage of that, and we are doing that in Africa. In line with that, as a Frexim Bank, having realized that we have a young population, we've come up with a strategy that we are calling the Creative African Nexus, that is tapping into the youth of Africa. In the year 2020, when it was established, we did put aside $500 million in support of the Creative African Nexus. This was fully utilized. And in support of the Creative African Nexus, in 2022, November 2022, the bank has doubled that to $1 billion. We want to tap into the people, into the culture, the unique culture, and sell it out, commercialize it and sell it out. And I believe this is also what is happening within the Caribbean community. The bank is pleased to have signed a partnership agreement with the Caribbean community. We are going to be setting up an office in one of the countries within Caribbean so that we can tap and grow together with a shared vision and a shared prosperity for our two regions. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Very positive news. And I think the emphasis on culture and the creative economy is really something that is exciting for us, because I think in the Caribbean we have that cultural and creative wellspring of products which we are not leveraging sufficiently. So how can we work together to develop that nexus through your creative African nexus to push culture as one of the factors of developing resilience? How do you think we can work together on that?
It's a fair question. I think we could look at it in two ways. One is leveraging on the similarities that we have as a people. And then secondly is also not reinventing the wheel, but learning from each other. Jamaica as a country has been able to get out of the reels of COVID quite quickly. We are still coming up as Africa, some of the countries. So what is it that you did that we can learn from you? That's one item. The second item is what we have as part of our non-financial mitigation as African Export-Import Bank, what we call twining or twinning. You have certain superstars in certain sectors of the economies who are doing so well, but only in one side of Africa. And we bring them together because our operations span in 52 of the 54 African countries. So I will give just two examples that are not really tourism related, but we can learn from them. We have the biggest cement manufacturer in Africa based out of Nigeria. And that's the Dangote.
Dangote, yeah.
Who is looking to spread and move throughout Africa. We have a small player in Tanzania, which is one of the countries within East Africa, who has sufficient limestone reserves, but they do not have the capacity, technical and financial. And given that we have worked with Dangote for a number of years, we bring them to Tanzania, link them to the small player in Tanzania. They collaborate and they set up a 1.3 million tons per annum cement grinding operation. That's one example. A second example is within the infrastructure development. You have very big construction companies, reputable construction companies based out of Egypt. But because they are not known beyond the borders of Egypt, we take them out of Egypt into the region. And again, unfortunately or fortunately, it's in Tanzania. Tanzania wanted to put up a 1 gigawatt hydroelectric power plant. And the top bidders were coming from Europe, Asia, and China. And then we had a small, relatively small player compared to the European and the Asian. But nobody knows them in East Africa. So we handhold them. And given that Tanzania is a shareholder in the bank, we handhold them, introduce them to the bank, to the government of Tanzania. And more than that, we issue them with financial backup. We issued them with a financial guarantee of $1.2 billion US dollars. And this led them to winning the bid to participate in the financing, in the construction of the 1 gigawatt hydroelectric power plant in Tanzania. So African solutions for the African populace. I think this is something that we could try and replicate within the Caribbean.
Yeah, I think that is a very concrete and fascinating two examples that you used, which could be really applicable to the Caribbean situation. I think that you've also touched on infrastructure and the need for development of industry, and I know these are big themes for Minister Hill. So I'm going to ask Minister Hill to address the question of connectivity, because most businesses, when you talk about Africa and South-South collaboration, they always raise the issue of infrastructure and connectivity, and how do we bridge those logistics challenges in order to exchange products and to trade between each other.
Hello.
Thank you. When I had the privilege of meeting last week with the Sierra Leone delegation, we discussed connectivity at a great length. It's something that Minister Bartlett and myself have been talking about for a long time. We have the Vernon Field airfield, which many of you don't know, was where B-52, which is still the heaviest airplane in the world, landed in the Second World War. It's about 6,500 meters long. To accommodate the A380s and that class of airplane, we'll have to make it about 14,500. Right down the road, another 7 miles away from that airstrip, is one of our deepest ports in Jamaica that needs to be developed. And the railroad runs into that airport and the highway. So we're looking at a place where we can have long-haul flights that bring cargo. We're talking about trade and exchange of goods to Jamaica and from Jamaica, but bring people as well. But there is something that you don't have to worry about. Why I'm pushing this so hard and why I will be going to Sierra Leone to make sure when we go to Freetown and see the wonderful new airport that is about to be finished, we want to say, look, make Jamaica your airport in the West. Lift up from Freetown, forget visas at those places who are all our friends, but a lot of people have to have visas. We said the same thing to Saudi and Emirates. There are lots of Arabs who I know, because I lived in the Arab world for 21 years, can't get visas to certain countries in the West. We know that. But they really do want to come to the Caribbean and South America. So bring them to Jamaica. Those who have visas can go up to where they must go to visas. And those who don't have go to, as I said, Barbados, Brazil, Mexico, elsewhere that may not need visas for them. But Jamaica is the natural logistic hub for that kind of movement. It's the natural financial hub for when you want to establish a financial establishment in Jamaica. In fact, I'm taking to the Parliament in the next few days a new bill that will make sure you have segregated accounts that can work very easily from Jamaica, and you know what that will mean to investors. So please, Jamaica is the natural place for South-South Africa, Caribbean, frankly, Africa, Caribbean, North American connection. And we're selling that hard. I'm going to go myself, promise to come, making sure I go to make sure we make the connections, because I'm going to bring businesses with us. Went to Guyana recently, took 73 business people. I'm going to take business people to Freetown so that the connections can be made. And then you will see airlift coming in after all. Many people will want to come to Jamaica and the Caribbean. We think we have the right place, so that connection is important for us to have. But we also must build it around the cultural aspects. JAMPRO, that Diane ran into till recently, has an excellent and growing film unit. We're going to fund that much more extensively. I've had discussions with Minister of Finance, Dr. Clark, to make sure we get more money into film. The culture, we know, we have known your culture and you have known ours. We have a cultural ambassador that is internationally known and internationally respected in Africa. The connection makes sense. So we see those two areas, three, trade, normal tourism, and then cultural tourism and entertainment tourism as points of starting to make that South-South relationship between Jamaica and the Caribbean, of course, and then ECOWAS, Africa, and right across Africa, the 54 countries. And I know Egypt well. Yes, they have some very good contractors.
Thank you very much, Minister. Mr. Chiumya, I think we have time for just a couple more questions. Mr. Chiumya, where do you see the building of resilience between Africa and the Caribbean? Where do you see the lessons we can learn together and the policy measures that we need to put in place?
Thank you so much for that question. I'll go back to the issues of how Africa and the Caribbean has been working together. A good example of that, we have talked about policies, is in the area of trade. You know the ACP, Africa, Caribbean, Pacific. I think that showed us a model on what can happen if we come together, and we have seen that a lot of progress has been made in that area, whether it's at the UN, whether it's at the WTO when it comes to trade. That has been very phenomenal. We believe the same can be replicated in all the other areas, including in the area of tourism. I just want to build one more on the issue that my colleague Richard raised about the demographic dividend. If you look at Africa now, we are talking about a population of 1.2 billion, and 34% of that population, which is giving you about 330 million, 340 million, is middle class. This class is ready to do two things: business, number one, number two, leisure. So I think we need to build, starting on these elements, to say, how can we best target this group of African middle class, which is rising? And I think it's the same in the region where we are right now, that that democratic dividend is something that our two regions should not miss by all costs. We need to utilize that to the maximum. I also want to add another element. We are also talking about a middle class that is tech-savvy. How can we then harness the power of technology to make sure that that connection that we seek, the connection that we are talking about, is able to happen in real time? I'll give you a simple example. When I was coming here, my first and foremost issue was to see the Bob Marley Museum. So what I had to do was to Google where is it, how far is it from the hotel, how much does it cost. I had to do all that in preparation. That the first thing I learned in Jamaica, by the way, is my first time in the Caribbean, is to go and see Bob Marley Museum.
You followed in the footsteps of President Obama.
Exactly. I think that's something that is major. So we can use the power of technology. I just gave a simple example here. We can use the democratic dividend, the hunger for leisure, the hunger for doing business across continent. I'll just give you another example. If you look at our planes that are flying from Africa to Asia, they are full every time of businesses. I think the same can happen if we open up this region to Africa. We have a young population that is ready to do business and also to play. So you have a lot of festivals, cultural festivals that happen in this region. Reggae Fest, so many of them. I think if we can, for example, Minister, have an Afro-Caribbean Reggae Festival, it will do wonders. Let's try to do these practical things. So,
that's a great note on which to end.
We have a foundation that we can build this. And when you talk about resilience, this is my last point, you are talking about a lot of things. The old model of building resilience was just to look within yourself. But this time, we have this opportunity that the world is open, that you can extend to other regions of the world. And for the Caribbean region and Africa, I think we are natural partners. We need to do that. We need to diversify. While we know that most of the tourists that come from to the Caribbean are from the West, but we are saying, here is Africa ready to come to the Caribbean. And you also, as the former Prime Minister said, come to the homeland. We are going to welcome you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, I think that's a great note on which to end, and I really want to thank the panel for having been so solution-oriented, because I think a lot of solutions have been presented here. One logistics solution, really using Jamaica as a fulcrum between Africa and the Caribbean, and developing that hub and that connectivity and that infrastructure. The role of finance, the role of technology, the role of trade, and that whole demographic dividend. And we have to end on the cultural one, because you know that Burna Boy played Jamaica recently, was an completely sold out festival. We have the reggae festivals in the summer, like Sumfest, where we have the opportunity to bring in African talent for sure. And we know also that young people are much more expansive and much more globally focused, and through technology we can definitely link those young people on both sides of the Atlantic. So thank you very much to the panel. I think they've been a great panel, and thanks for listening.
Thank you very much. Excellent panel. The only word I can use to summarize the entire panel is instructive. Ladies and gentlemen, could you kindly join us outside for a 15-minute coffee break and networking session? Thank you. Okay. Welcome back to. Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to, I would say, our 11:30 panel discussion. And this panel discussion is a ministerial panel discussion regarding how to prepare for the future disruptions, in the tourism space. And we have as our moderator, Mr. Rajan Datar, broadcaster, producer, writer, BBC TV and radio. Rajan, welcome again.
Hello, good morning. Lots of familiar faces in the audience, which is lovely to see. How are you all? Suitably refreshed. Thank you very much for the thumbs up there. Okay, it is, I'm going to say first of all, a great pleasure for me to be here at this conference, which is celebrating and forging links between Africa and the Caribbean. I do believe this has a potential to be a really strong force for the future. And part of that role will be to protect the most vulnerable states from the calamitous effects of future shocks. Now, we've had some shocks recently, which I'm sure you're all very well aware of, but I'm going to just go through them, just to say the variety of them is frightening in a way. From pandemics and diseases, terrorism, natural meteorological disasters, political violence, climate change, it goes on. But the whole point of this conference is that we are armed and ready to deal with that. Far, far better than before. So that is the point of this session. It's to look at how well prepared we are for future disruptions in the tourism space. Forgive me for one thing, I've got a cold, which is really annoying. My inner resilience system is failing me. But I will go forward because this is a great topic and I've got the energy to keep going, which is fantastic. Unfortunately, two of the panelists couldn't quite make it, but what I'm really pleased about is that, and I would say this, but the two most interesting ones are still here. And, and they represent Africa and the Caribbean. So I'm going to welcome these two panelists up on stage. So first of all, can I please welcome the Honorary Dr. Meminatu Pratt, Minister of Tourism and Cultural Affairs, Sierra Leone. Take a seat. And also representing the Caribbean, we have the Honourable Kenneth Bryan MP, Minister of Tourism, Cayman Islands, and he's the chairman of the Caribbean Tourism Organisation. Now, because we've got less people than we thought, I thought this would be a fantastic time to get the audience involved. How about you start thinking of questions and points to make, to give to the panelists and to give to the audience generally about this very, very important topic. It is a serious topic, and I have, in my own travels, come across so many situations where disasters which were out of the hands of everyday people, normal people, completely ruined their livelihoods. I can think of going to Egypt after the terrorism there. I'd go to the market stalls there, the souk in Luxor. Every morning, you get these market stall holders coming in, putting up all their wares, not a single tourist at the end of the day, taking it all down, going back again. I mean, that's resilience in a way, but nothing came out of it. And, you know, they didn't get any business, and it was awful. I remember in Kenya, I was there after the political violence there, and it did seriously affect that country's tourism. So aside from the pandemic and all the other natural disasters that can happen, all those issues can come up, and unfortunately, it's the innocent person on the street involved in tourism who suffers. That's why it's our responsibility to find ways of future-proofing ourselves, in a sense, for what may come up. So let us get to the point. And I want to, so be aware that I am going to come to you, and if you want to make contributions, raise your hand. There is roving mics here. Feel free to chip in at any point. But let's get to the first point, really, which I want to ask both of you panelists, which is, and it's quite simple, really, what lessons did you learn from the pandemic, from the COVID crisis, that will take you forward in better shape? Madam Pratt, please start.
Hello.
You're on.
Hello to everyone. Let me take this opportunity of joining all the previous speakers in thanking my colleague minister and, of course, the PS for inviting us to participate in this very important conference. Sierra Leone is a country which is located in West Africa. And, of course, we have a population of about 8 million people. And we have quite a lot of assets when it comes to tourism promotion. But what is important for us to know is that it's a country that has been through crisis. It's a country which, from 1991 to 2000, we had a civil war. And that was over like 20 years ago. And it has been through natural disasters. We had mudslides, and then we had quite a lot of floods. And then we also have man-made disasters as well, wherein people do construction on the slopes, on the mountains. And then, of course, we have challenges when it comes to waste management and also when it comes to recycling of plastic. So our experience in Sierra Leone has taught us that we should be able to prepare for disruptions. We should be in a position to ensure that we plan very well. And then also we have a multi-sectoral approach. For instance, when we had the COVID, of course, the COVID had its own value chain. People not traveling, vaccination issues, of course, the economy going down. So it has its own cyclic effect. So there are many things which, of course, we did in terms of making sure that we are ready for future disruptions. We did safety nets, people took vaccinations, and then also we were able to ensure that we get the economy going. We are in quite a lot of support was given to people who import goods and services, so that we will not have any kind of disruption. So we do not have shortages of things like rice, energy, and then when it comes to petroleum products. So we are able to do all of this. But what I should say is that from the Sierra Leone experience, countries must be prepared to ensure that whatever they are doing in terms of making sure that the economy stays on track, we should do more. So that when you have these kinds of disruptions, you're in a position to ensure that you are not starting from scratch. You're only trying to see how you can be able to repair or restore what you've lost over the period of time. We have some other countries, of course, which we know about because of the fact that they have not been able to do such things prior to disruptions or prior to disasters. It has been very difficult for them to cope. So out of this, we established the National Disaster Management Agency. We established a kind of cyclic effect in terms of training people on how to respond. And we put in more money into different aspects in terms of human resource, capacity building, skills development, and then also to strengthen the economy. And of course, we learned that a areas like agriculture are critical, because if your agriculture does not support you very much, then which means that a lot of foreign exchange is going into importation of things like rice. Mm-hmm. So those are some of the lessons which we learned. And I must say that we should be prepared to ensure that we have the hard infrastructure, which is having the hospitals, having a well-functioning marketing system, and then at the same time, people's livelihoods has to be ensured. Wherein there could be some level of understanding if things go wrong, for them to be able to stand by government. And I think that is important for the hospitality industry. The hospitality industry, of course, we gave them some support, but we did not have as much challenges with regards to just people walking away, because there was some amount of humanitarian approach that was adopted, wherein they were paid 3 months, of course, without working. So I think all these are things which we can learn from, and to ensure that we are better prepared whenever we have this kind of disruptions. So I think data, information, infrastructure are all critical to what we have been doing. I think that's what I would say.
And you think that you are much better protected now than perhaps you were before the pandemic?
We are much better protected. And for Sierra Leone, because we went through a post-conflict recovery process, so a lot of institutions were established. And then, if you could remember, we had the Ebola.
Yeah.
So we also learned lessons from the Ebola on how to deal with pandemic. And of course, then we had the mudslide disaster again, which gave us another opportunity. So even when the rest of the world, we are like very panicky, in Sierra Leone, we just made sure we composed ourselves, and then we did what we used to do when we had the Ebola. So it's a country that has been through many crises, but has been able to bounce back. And today we are doing very well because of the fact that the people are resilient, we are able to stand up to issues, and we can come back and behave as if nothing happened. I think that's the kind of mentality which we have. The mentality, too, also has an interesting part to play in all of this.
It's like you're almost inoculated against future issues.
Yes,
That's a good way of looking at it, isn't it? Okay, fantastic. We'll come back to you in a second. Minister Brian, from your perspective, what lessons do you think that you learned and the islands learned from the pandemic?
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the question. Mic check. There we go. Thank you so much for the question. I want to say I support everything that my colleague has said here in respect to many of the areas, and without trying to repeat most of those things, I would concur with what she said. But more importantly, in my mind, is understanding the global tourism resilience, crisis management centers' importance. Mm-hmm. What we've learned is that we need to have one.
Yep.
And I want to say Jamaica should be honored for hosting this right now, because we all should have a department, a management system quite similar, so we can share our data and collection. But particularly for the Cayman Islands, communication was a major component that we learned of, is that understanding the crisis, whichever one that may be, and communicating that to our customers of what we've done to manage it, to reduce it, and the fears and concerns related to it, so that they can feel comfortable to come back. Because while we are managing that process and trying to resolve everything about it, the customer isn't sitting around waiting for you. You need to get to them. So communication post the crisis was something that we learned tremendously, spent a lot of money on to get out. I know almost every minister in the Caribbean was out on a world tour saying, we're open, we're open, we're open, come on back, come on back. But the other part is sharing data analysis amongst the region, other Caribbean islands, and learning what each other had to do and had to go through, and where their strengths are to help each other. Yep. Because we're all in this together, particularly as a Caribbean region, as well as the African states. So communication, data analysis, and I must say diversification. And the reason I say that is one of the key points that we recognize is that certain countries would lock down, certain countries were open, and particularly with the Caribbean states, particularly those of the Caribbean Tourism Organization, majority of our source market is America. And with America having almost 75 to 85% of the visitors for the Caribbean, the one would question if something happened in the United States where they couldn't travel for some reason, we would be in a lot of trouble. So the CTO, as a chairman for the Caribbean Tourism Organization, there's now an encouragement to say, let's diversify and not have all of our eggs in one basket per se. Whereby if a country is dealing with some sort of crisis, that we wouldn't be as impacted as we would if we had our main source market of losing 80%. So an industry, an economy can probably survive with a 15 or a 20% loss in economic input, but 80% would be severe. So diversification, communication, and data analysis are the main things I would say that myself and the Cayman Islands and most of our Caribbean countries have learned from the pandemic.
I wanted to, you just raised something there which I want to talk about, which is perception. I think, in a sense, you talk about tourism coming back and perception of a country and how you deal with changing perceptions. I want to come back to that, but just without being complacent, after the pandemic, do you think there's anything, in a sense, that we are not, that still exists, that we are not prepared for? I mean, I've just been through a whole list of stuff: political violence, terrorism, disease. It goes on. Climate change. We know about these things. I'm just, is there something that we know we don't know, if you like, apart from aliens from outer space?
I certainly don't know about that one. I can't think of any, but I would say that education is probably a big factor that we have to constantly be communicating to our visitors and our customers, because we depend on them to educate themselves. Fear is a big factor for visitors and tourists, and it's for us to reduce that fear by education and understanding. For example, we've had a Caribbean island recently had a volcano, and a volcano can erupt and go quiet and never hear about it again for another 20 years. But for a customer, they go, I don't want to go there, and it'll be long-lasting disruption for their tourism product. So we have to go out on a campaign of education and information to say, this is a one-time thing in every 100 years. We're cleaning up the ash. Even say some positive things like the ash is actually good minerals for our lands, and we're now going to go into agriculture and turn the spin the negative into a positive. So I would say education is key, because our customers are not in our jurisdiction. They don't have a vested interest in our jurisdiction, so it's obligatory on us to inform them.
Yeah. Which brings up, also just reminds me of the danger of social media, bizarrely, could actually be a very, very dangerous weapon and a force that we haven't really seen the full power of in some ways. And so that is, let's be wary of that. I want to get to, go on, sorry.
Yes, in terms of the future, I think what we cannot really calculate, or what we cannot fully envisage and embrace, is the cost of these disasters. For instance, if you look at the cost we had for the COVID across the world, nobody in the widest imagination could think that so many people would have lost their lives. Natural disasters, like what is happening now in Turkey, nobody would envisage that. And one of the issues which governments are looking at, but are not fully comprehending, is the amount of resources that is going to be put into restoring back to normalcy. It's a very, very high cost. And we have not been able to have even our international partners and us as African government, we've not been able to mobilize that kind of resources to be able to respond to it. So we solely depend on international support. Because I could recall when we had the COVID, except when the African Union came on board with some of our international partners for them to mobilize COVID vaccines that could be sent to Africa. So my point is the cost of restoration, the cost of getting people to listen. Sometimes, we do all of these things, but the challenge which you have is that, are people listening? You can put all the very important arrangements in place. You can have all the early warning signs. You can have the best ICT digitalization system in terms of numbers, in terms of forecasting. But we have a challenge of people really listening ahead of time. I think that is really critical.
That's a very good point.
Whether people are listening. Because if people are not listening, or if people are refusing to understand what you are saying, what the center is saying, what government is saying, then we have a problem. So the unforeseen challenge is that we need to get people to respond and listen. And that is a critical component of restoration and response. How are we going to ensure that the response and the mitigation, which we need people to really look at, whether they are looking at it. We have cases where you can tell people you have to move from this part and go to the other side of the city. They just don't listen.
Yeah.
They just don't listen. I think that's the problem. You see? Even if you use the law, you use the police, you use the courts, they just can't be bothered. By the end of the day, when a disaster struck, they will start to tell you, oh, government has to come to my aid. Oh, the international community has to come to my aid. So the point I'm making is that even when we set up all of this system, the early warning, we set up system that has to give us the data, the GPS, the mapping, the communications, the digitalization. At the end of the day, it is how people are going to interface with the product we want to put out.
Yeah, very good point.
That is important for us.
Very good point. In a sense, the greatest problem is people themselves.
The greatest problem is ourselves.
Yeah.
I know, it's climate action, climate change, and all of it. But we need to listen to what comes out of all of these discussions and warnings that go out. Sometimes people only listen when they hear the sirens. That's when they start running.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, as I was listening through yesterday, I was just saying to myself, we need to really get these people that can respond to what we are talking about. We are sitting here designing, but the people that we are doing this for, majority of them, they are not even bothered about what we are doing. So how are we going to make sure that we build that interest? Maybe education, maybe public awareness, maybe mainstreaming this in development and economic activities. It is not when the drought is there that you cannot grow your rice that you can come and let us know. It is not when the floods are hitting the islands and people are losing property, the hotels and the entertainment places are affected, that we start to run around with this. So I think that component is one component we should really focus on, and I believe governments have a lot to do with this, and also the private sector as well, and civil society.
Yeah. Yes. If I could just add something to that, because I get her point, but sometimes there's cases where the people we're talking about who don't take advantage of these warnings is because of economic reasons, where they can't afford to make that change, whether it's relocating or making provisions at their home, or building your house on stilts, or having a water reserve. So we have to ensure that our economies are in a way where either the people are successful financially or the government has the resources to assist them to move. I just thought I'd put that point out there because what I have been trying to do within the Cayman Islands is try to tie the financial component to persons or entities or businesses as to these changes, because it would be better help them. For example, if they're reinsurers, for example, or financial institutions who give loans to these various, whether it's housing or hotel, they're studying these models as well. So incentivizing them to put things in place to prepare themselves will be a financial benefit for you. So your insurance premiums will go down, or your energy will go down because you have solar panels. No different in preparation. And when you show the money value, then you get human behavior to follow along with it, and they change in their decision-making perspective. But when a person does not have the money and the resources, that's where we as government leaders have to ensure that the people have access to it, either by incentive, assistance, or having a strong enough economy so they can do it themselves.
Yeah. Let's talk about perception. And when we talk about perception, I have to point the finger at the industry I work in myself, which is the media. and news, and we had this very good point made this morning about when something happened in Uganda, was it? It was the person in Kenya was reporting from Kenya. The association is made in the potential tourist's head that something, oh, I can't go to Kenya because something's happened in Uganda. That, unfortunately, is the result, I believe, of the way that the media works and news works. It skews the image of what's happening in a country. You believe that the whole place is dangerous and you don't want to go there because you've seen on the news, oh my God, not going there. That is what we've got to worry about, tourist perceptions. And obviously, yes, the media has a role to play. But aside from that, how can you counter perhaps what's happened before, like civil war in Sierra Leone? How do you counter the idea, oh, I'm not going to Sierra Leone because it's full of war and I'm scared, I don't want to go there. How do you counter that? I remember, before you answer that, the most successful campaign I've seen to do this was in Colombia. I don't know if you know this campaign they had. The only danger is that you'll want to stay. And that is just brilliant. And that worked because Colombian tourism really and you know, despite all the myths or the truths about the issues in Colombia, actually, as we all know, in most countries, those dangers are limited to very small areas. It's not true of the whole country. So, you know, somehow you've got to change that perception. So, to you about this, Madam President, about how, in the wake of the Civil War, how did you persuade the potential tourist that it was safe to go to Sierra Leone?
Well, the first thing I would say is that we developed a 10-year marketing strategy. We increased our representation in the international markets. We increased our presence in meetings like this. We have very strong partnerships with other countries. And then, of course, we are able to bring in quite a number of people, travel writers, to be able to say that Sierra Leone is safe, Sierra Leone is good for business. And, of course, we try to rebrand the country, having new airports, doing massive road constructions, and then expanding electricity in the whole country. And then, of course, the evolution and then, of course, the strengthening of the hospitality industry. But I must say that there are two things politically which I think we need to talk about. One, of course, you've mentioned, which we call the CNN effect.
The CNN effect, by the way.
Yes, you can research it. Is that? Now, so, or the BBC effect.
No, the CNN effect.
That when this, you know, the newscast, and sometimes when it comes, it's just about like 2 minutes. 1 minute, maybe you're lucky. And something goes out. And then you see these images. And immediately they go on to publicize what is going on, which shows as if the whole country is in turmoil. I think that, again, is something which we need to look at. Yep. That presentation of those kinds of reports needs to be balanced. We are in, yes, it's happening in this small part of the country, but the country too has all the A and B, although I know that it's bad news that makes news for the media.
And sadly, that's true, yeah.
So I think that's one. Secondly, even some of our diplomatic missions, they put out these alerts. Oh, don't go to blah, blah, blah country, this advisory. The travel advisories are very, very key in doing this. All American citizens must leave. All British citizens must go. Don't go into that place. Don't go into this place. So I think it's a problem. And we know that there are problems everywhere in the world. But people still go there. We know countries where every second they kill up to about 10 or 15 people. They shoot them. But people go there. People want to go there. And we know our own countries that are very safe, that you hardly hear about somebody being shot on the way or along the road. For instance, you take Jamaica. I think I discussed it with you when I read the travel advisory, and then coming here, I saw totally something different. So this is the thing. The travel advisories is another thing again that is also affecting us. And then, of course, I believe it is now time that we present stories as they are. And that's where tourism comes as a valuable asset. Tourism changes those countries, the images, the good things. Tourism tells people how the gastronomy is good, you have to visit, and that is where maybe I think...
you change the narrative.
The narrative, yes, you know. Yeah. So multi-destination work is very important because tourism is about peace, it's about harmony, it's about bringing people together, it's about sharing cultures. It's the bottom line of political stability in any country. So there's an opportunity there to change the story by using tourism. so that we know the good things, working in cooperative ventures, and telling a good story. Now you go on the internet, you see Sierra Leone is a different country today from what you used to know 20 years ago. When I became minister, a lot of people thought Sierra Leone was still have civil war. Except when I became minister, when I started following my elder brother here to all the conferences, and then I started speaking up, then people know things are happening. Today our numbers have gone up. Now we have lots of investment that is going to Sierra Leone. Now we are here in Jamaica in order that we can have the very heritage relationship, but trade, investment, and tourism behind it. So I think that they need to change the traditional ways of reporting on countries. Even though if you want your newscast to have 30 million viewers, make sure within those 30 million, you have 15 million that can have something good. I think.
I totally understand that. I totally get that. And just to say, I think there is an awareness in newsrooms today to contextualise much more, much better news. There is an awareness. I'm not sure if they're doing it well, but that's certainly there. So I totally get on what you're saying there. Now, I did promise, I've just been given this sign saying 5 minutes, but I know we're ahead of time. And I did say audience participation. Anybody want to make a point that they think will be interesting or would be useful to add to the discussion about future-proofing? In other words, how we will stay resilient in the future, how we will keep that resilience up. And by the way, what you were just talking about is the crisis management of GTRCMC. Crisis management involves changing the narrative. Just remind me. Yes, Edmund. Oh, a man I've never seen before. Go on.
I do think that the tourism narrative eschews using words like disaster. We don't have disasters in tourism. We have events. We have events. We have weather events. We have seismic events. We have economic events. And we have social events and political events. We don't have disaster. That is really in line with the argument that she just posited, that what tourism does is to change the narrative in favor of relationships. Changes the narratives in favor of building bridges of understanding. And we tell stories. That's what we do. We tell stories. And so I'm very happy about this. And what the Global Resilience and Tourism the Global Tourism Resilience and Crisis Management Center does is to try to craft the framework for good storytelling, but accurate, credible, and authentic. Very important. So to future-proof is to build that capacity to have accurate, credible, authentic information, always. And finally, to have a credible voice. Because with all of these three, and you have someone who has no credibility, it's no good.
Yeah.
So I thought that this was a little intervention, a very small intervention.
No, it's a very good point, and we can talk about, as you say, Madam Pratt, we can talk about data analysis and gleaning all the information we can. But unless the people understand, generally, tourists and the local population understand the truth, the reality, it's a very difficult situation to deal with. The world is geographically ignorant. Just repeating what Edmund said. Yeah, the world. Yeah, absolutely.
If I can add this one component that we didn't cover in respect to preparations for any future events, is our analysis, and I think the Honourable Minister has highlighted in his team's creation, which is the employment component and the effects to employment, particularly in the hospitality industry. And I would like to recognize one of my own from back home, Miss Angela, who's here, coming all the way from the Cayman Islands just to be here to watch this event because she's doing her master's, her doctorate in employment within the hospitality industry. So stand up, make everybody see one of my own who travel. So So our analysis, and I'm so proud of our minister, the Honorable Minister Bartlett, because he's touching on all elements of this preparation component. And we have to analyze the trends that once an event lasts too long, humans are going to do naturally what they're going to do to survive, where we had a transition of people moving away from tourism because of the fear of it's not solid, it's not sure, and not guaranteed, and their job is to provide for their families. So we have to also educate those who are in this industry that we are going to be robust and can rebound in order to continue the love for tourism, because global warming is a threat, the downturn is in effect. Volcanoes is in effect. People are starting to say, I don't know if I want to be in tourism because there's no guarantee of income. We have to change that narrative because we're losing our young people from wanting to be in this industry. So the employment analysis is a key area that I think I'm so glad that the minister has highlighted to ensure that we educate the population and stakeholders in respect to the effects of it.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you. Any points from the floor? Hang on. I do want to bring in other people from the floor. Maybe you can answer them. But I did promise that anybody from the floor wanted to say something. Yes, we have hands up. Can we get the mic over there, please? Oh, you got the mic. Great.
Hi, thank you so much, Dr. Pratt. My name is Betsy Blumenthal. I'm here from Condé Nast Traveler, out of the States. You were, of course, talking about the relationship between the media and these countries and the dissemination of accurate information. I just wanted to know, how do you think we can strengthen those lines of communication between the media and these destinations to be putting out information that is both accurate and timely and that informs people but also doesn't scare them off?
Yes, I think what I should say is that you need to have a strong partnership with the institutions, those in charge of the tourism boards, those in charge of marketing, and work with existing structures which we have. I think that can help you a lot, because today social media and Facebook is awash with all kinds of people where you don't know where they are, you don't know their faces, they hide somewhere and destroy your product. So I think it's what necessary that we have the credible people. You work with the, for instance, like this institution, the center. We have the African Tourism Ministers Forum. You have quite a number of institutions. We have leaders that you can work with. So I think for me, that's the way forward, so you have authentic information. And of course, you also have to employ, of course, I know you know, the skills of trying to verify what is true and not true. Who sent it? What's the position of that person? Does that person have authority? Does that person have the expertise to put something out there? But what we have now, we have many more destructive people for tourism on the social media, on the Facebook, that go and they little thing, they blow it, they blow a destination out of, in a way that then they send it to so many people, and then they have so many followers. They have all the followers, yes. And for myself and my colleagues that are struggling, maybe we may have followers, but not as those who are disseminating the wrong things. So we have to find ways in which we can be able to counter that and train our people to be able to recognize what is credible and what is not credible, and increase marketing. Marketing. And the voices, digital marketing, I think, can be able to counter that as well.
Yes, go on. Sorry, please,
if I may, because I'm a former journalist. I used to be a reporter at my local news back home, and I have major concerns on the development of technology and media platforms, and social media specifically, and the disinformation component. But I can only say that it's going to be a continuous problem, because now everybody's a reporter. As we saw in COVID, everybody was a doctor and told you what to do and what not to do. But the morale and the obligation of a balanced report has lost in the media world, where it's more about personal opinions. And you see, even in different countries where Media houses are no longer hiding that they're on a political side or not. When I grew up as a journalist, you're obligated to have a presented balanced approach. So to be honest with you, it's not really for us to answer. It's the profession itself, and question yourself. Because the only thing I can do is ask for our tourists and the people who visit us to say, please take the content you get with a grain of salt and come to us directly, because we can no longer depend on it. And I do believe globally we have to have a time of reflection on how we're carrying out information, because when you have some of the biggest news networks in the world, and I'm not going to call any names, but outright picking sides on a particular point rather than saying 50% of the information that is bad and 50% of the information that is good, you decide, the viewer, as you listen. I don't know what to do about that, because even outside of the big established networks, you have to deal with those who all think they're reporters on social media, which is another animal altogether. Yeah. But to answer your question, a self-reflection is what is needed. Sorry.
Okay, thank you. Yes, question over there.
Hi, Nicola Madden-Gregg, President of the Caribbean Hotel and Tourism Association. I was listening to everything, and I think in terms of the future disruptions and how we work, one thing that we shouldn't lose focus on, and something that worked through the pandemic, was a level of collaboration between private and public sector. That, to me, is something that we need to ensure we continue. Because it's not only about government policy, but how the private sector also prepares, how we prepare our teams, and how we work in terms of building out the industry, training our people, but working very strategically with the public sector. Many task forces were created during COVID that we want to continue that work, both with regional organizations as well as throughout. And one thing COVID allowed us was to benchmark and share data. And that was a cost-saving factor. So we can't go it alone, is really what I'm saying. The movement for the future has to be about absolute 100% collaboration. And in terms of the media, I would like to say that maybe because Jamaica has had the challenges of presenting ourselves, one thing that we have done and advocated both on the public sector and the private sector side is ensuring that we have our advocates. And so you have to work with those influencers, with those media houses, with your own citizens, because we are just as strong on social media. And your diaspora, we talk about the African Caribbean diaspora, some of the stories that we have been able to change the narrative has come because we have pushed out the truth to our own citizens across the diaspora who have influence that we can't even imagine. Many of our citizens that have left us have become big, big celebrities and stars in their own right and have influence in places that you don't dream of. There's sometimes in Jamaica we say if you buck your toe in any country, you're going to buck up on a Jamaica. And it's the same for the Caribbean. So I think we have to do that reverse with the rest of our diaspora. Similar, you said more people outside of Africa who are Africans. You have to use your diaspora because they are also your voice to make and change that narrative.
Thank you very, very much. Very quickly, because I've been told that we've got to move on. Unfortunately, I'm really sorry, but unfortunately, we've got to.
I just want to say that I know the creation of the Crisis Management Center wasn't only for the government arm, and I would encourage that there needs to be a development of stakeholder membership within that Crisis Management Center, because I see this being a franchise that is carried across the Caribbean and across different industries to be a part of this preparation strategy and ideology, whereby it's not only about what governments are doing by regulation policy, but also within the hotel industry, within the restaurant industry, within the travel industry. So we are all watching the spaces together, and in respect to our preparation for management, and not having these things happen to us, we have to be involved with the stakeholders. So I'm certain that the minister and his team will be allowing a membership component from the Crisis Management Center for stakeholders that are interested within the tourism industry.
Very good, very good. I'm so sorry, I have to stop it there. I thought this was going to be a short session, but it's so interesting that we just went on, which is fantastic. And that this discussion does have to continue. It's not going away. These are the challenges we'll face because there will be crises in the future, and we have to learn how to deal with them. And we have learned lessons. And it's interesting that what we're talking about here is that information seems to be a crucial ground, if you like, territory that we have to handle and control, because that could well be one of the biggest problems. Ministers Pratt and Brian, thank you so much for joining us. Thank you. Thank you, Lloyd.
Thank you very much, Rajan, and thank you very much to our panelists. We're actually running on time today. I'm going to ask Mr. Damian Gordon to come to the stage, and I'm going to also invite the panelists for the panel on building travel and tourism resilience lessons from Africa to find your way to the stage, to the platform, if you are here physically. And if you're here virtually, you should be queued up online. So all the persons who are going to be, Esther? Okay. Esther, come Esther. So all the persons who are supposed to be on the stage. So we have Esther. Esther, 1 minute. Esther. Where is no, where's he? On the stage here, but I don't see him. Is he outside? All right, so we have one presenter here. We're waiting on the second presenter. We're going to actually start with the first presenter while the second one comes, and the other ones are online. So, Mr. Gordon. Oh, is there? 3? Okay, 12, 3 and online. All right, great.
Good afternoon, members of the audience, those who are here in person, as well as those who are participating online. My name is Damian Gordon, and I will be the moderator of this session that has been convened under the title Building Travel and Tourism Resilience Lessons from Africa. So before we begin, I think it's important for me to provide a little bit of context to the discussion. Now, of all regions of the world, Africa perhaps has the most natural endowments that could potentially translate into a very competitive or world-class tourism product. The reality, however, is that the tourism product in Africa remains largely underdeveloped. My own research indicates to me that Africa, which is the second most populous continent, has 5% share of the global tourism market, while the Caribbean, which has a population of 43 million people, has 2.8% of the world's tourism market. So this tells us that Africa's share of the global tourism market is very small, right? So there's a recognition that there are a number of factors that have constrained the development of the tourism product in Africa, right? So the continent's ecological and geographical characteristics, as well as its geographical location, are obvious factors. So manifestations of climatic and geological volatility in Africa will include frequent droughts, earthquakes, cyclones, food insecurity, biodiversity loss, etc. But beyond these issues, Africa also has encountered many long-standing socio-political issues related to war and conflict, for example, political instability, issues of human resource development and mobilization, insufficient ICT diffusion, underdeveloped infrastructure, etc. Therefore, it follows logically that if Africa is to maximize its full tourism potential, it has to find ways to overcome some of these constraints. So today, we will be looking at the work and the experiences of some stakeholders from Eastern Africa in particular, to look at what they have been doing to build the tourism resilience capacity of African destinations. So we have 5 presenters today. Each presenter will focus on a different aspect of tourism resilience in East Africa. So what we'll do is we will introduce the presenters as they take the floor. So 2 other presenters are here with us in person, and the other 3 will be joining us virtually. So the first presenter, Professor Simon Onwari. Got that name correct? Simon Onwari. Professor Simon Onwari is a chairperson of the Global Tourism Resilience and Crisis Management Center based in East Africa. He's also a member of the board of the Kenyatta University. So the general focus of his presentation will be on tourism climatic resilience, but the specific title of his presentation is Rising Water Levels in Kenya's Rift Valley Lakes. So without further ado, we now invite Professor Onwari to make his presentation. Okay, so Professor Onwari is actually online. So Professor Onwari is online, so we're ready? So we'll wait a minute. He's here? He's online. All right. So Professor Onwari was online, but I was just informed that we actually lost him. So I think we should just proceed with the presenters who are here in person. Yes? So let me, could you remind me of your name? Esther. Okay. So the information I had here was that the 2 first persons would have been presenting in person, and the last 3 presenters would be presented virtually. So there is some amount of confusion, so I'm sorry about that. So Dr. Esther Munyari, who is the director of the Global Tourism Resilience and Crisis Management Center, East Africa, will be presenting on the general topic of economic disruptions. The specific title of our presentation is Tourism Products and Experiences Inventory in Kenya, Mapping and Information Management Project. So we'll now invite Dr. Munyari to take the floor to do our presentation.
Okay, thank you very much for that introduction. I have a PowerPoint presentation. And the presentation that we're going to share for the next 8 minutes or so is just an overview of what the Eastern Africa Center is all about. So it's on tourism resilience and crisis management in Eastern Africa. And we are glad to be here. And this is the outline of the presentation. We start with a brief introduction, the establishment and mandate of the Global Tourism Resilience and Crisis Management Center Eastern Africa, and then talk about the key projects and programs. Now, as I said in the morning, this started when His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya, visited Jamaica in August 2019. And with his counterpart, the Prime Minister of Jamaica, they agreed on setting up the very first satellite center in Kenya that will be covering the whole of Eastern Africa region, that is 14 countries of the Eastern Africa region. And it was agreed that this center be domiciled at Kenyatta University. And over there in the presentation, you can see the first building. That is where the center is domiciled. And we have lots of facilities within the university with 75,000 students. lots of staff in different schools and programs, over 19 schools that support the center in different perspectives. And we have signed the Memorandum of Understanding between the two centers, the Jamaica Center and the Eastern Africa Center, as can be seen in the photo below. Now, this is the region where the center covers. That is the 14 countries of the Eastern Africa region. It's domiciled at Kenya, Kenyatta University. Now, the projects, as can be seen there, we do research, policy, capacity building, communication, projects, lots of projects and programs and monitoring in areas to do with climate change, security, pandemic, economic, and entrepreneurial resilience. And now we're going to talk about what has happened since 2019 when the center was established in Kenya. First, the first milestone was the gazettement of the center alongside the National Crisis Steering Committee that was established under the Ministry of Tourism and Wildlife. And this Resilience Center was tasked with research, capacity building, communication in matters resilience and crisis management on behalf of the country. And therefore, that has helped us do a lot of projects like what can be seen on the screen are lots of documents that we produced during COVID-19. And these documents were guided by the Minister for Tourism for Kenya, who ensured that every recommendation that was given in these documents was implemented. And these recommendations actually came from the players, from the CEOs of the public and the private sector. So the CEOs of the hoteliers, the tour operators, travel agents all came together and gave their recommendations on how COVID-19 should be addressed, and so they were able to implement all this. So I'm going to just briefly talk about 10 projects that are ongoing at the Eastern Africa Center. The first one being an inventory of products and experiences in the region. We've started with Kenya. We have compiled lots of these products and experiences on a GIS map. So on a click of a button, you're able to see what is where. And within this geographic information system, you're able to see what is near you, what is the distance, with lots of details about these products and experiences. And now also we've gone a step further in packaging or cultural and heritage products in this in Kenya first, although we are going to move on to the rest of the region. And this is expanding the tourism base, because for a long time we stick on wildlife and beach, and now we are expanding on culture. The second one is on ICTs and tourism. So what the center does is we find out, or we research on the best ICTs that are used across the world, and create forums where the Minister for Tourism and other key players come together and adopt such technologies. Also, we have human resource development projects where we send our human resource to the US for 1 year on paid internships. Then they come back with wonderful experience. And these are workers as well as graduates and students of tourism and hospitality. Also, we have many collaborations with Europe, and we hope to have more also with Jamaica and the rest of the world. Also, we have international business connection. Our colleague will be talking more about this, but what happens is that with this is that we invite business people from the US who come as tourists to Kenya, but within their stay within Kenya, they talk to our business players in the tourism industry and connect as far as business is concerned. So we have had several meetings, and these are awards. The picture below is awards for all the CEOs of tourism who fought COVID-19 very, very courageously, and we were awarding them for the work well done. Policy initiatives, we work also closely with the private sector, like this policies on sustainable tourism, and these policies are being implemented now by the government. Also, we are establishing a tourism resilience and crisis management resource center with early warning systems, crisis mapping that is connected to the industry, to the players on the ground, so that with using surveys, they can post information that is reliable, that we use in decision making. And these systems are also accessible by all the CEOs of tourism. Also, we are establishing the very first UNWTO International Network of Sustainable Tourism Observatory in Africa. And we are in advanced stages on this, and this will help in ensuring sustainability and resilience in the region. Also, we are working with the military and police very closely within the Peace Support Training Center to ensure that we train the players in the tourism industry, especially the security systems, to ensure that they know what to do in case of terrorist attacks or any other issues that we may have. Then also we are working with several countries like Somalia, Ethiopia, Spain, and Greece to come up with strategies to support visitor economy in conflict areas. And this is a project that is at the proposal stage, and we hope that by next year we should be starting this to ensure that these areas have rebranded for tourism to flow. The final one is a 5-year project on gender COVID impact on the tourism industry, where we are creating policies on affirmative action for women, knowing that women are the majority in the tourism sector, but they fall under the lower cadre jobs. We are talking about taxes and levies that need to be reduced. We need to create some platforms to cushion the industry and the employees during crisis and give soft loans. And we have a great model that is that was kind of introduced by Minister Bartlett, that we are working closely with our tourism players in Kenya to try and adapt. And of course, this will be also cascaded to other countries in the region. So we produce lots of documents that make policy directives and decisions within the country and also the region. So that's all. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Monyeeri, for that very informative and enlightening presentation. So what we'll do is we will have the discussion after we have concluded all the presentations, yes? So the second presenter, I think, is Mr. Wycliffe Martini. The general focus of his presentation will be on tourism, pandemic/epidemic resilience, and the specific title of his presentation will be Health Promotion and Communication. Sorry about that, Monitoring and Evaluation of Pandemics and Epidemics for Tourism. And Mr. Martini is the Health Promotion and Communication Practitioner at the Ministry of Health, Kenya. So invite Mr. Martini to take the floor.
Thank you so much, honorable ministers, distinguished guests, all other invited guests. Thank you so much for the opportunity. Good afternoon. As it has been informed, my name is Wycliffe Martini from Ministry of Health, Risk Communication Specialist. So, going forward is that I'll be presenting in terms of pandemics, epidemics, and resilience in the tourism industry. And as you can see, pandemics are those when we have events and diseases which span across many continents and countries, while epidemics is it could be a localized but highly spreading disease within a larger population. That is how. So the outline of the presentation is the overview, and then I'll give some summary in terms of the numbers, especially for Ebola, COVID-19, yellow fever, Rift Valley fever, and cholera. And then specifically to dive into the issue is that we have had a lot of pandemics and epidemics across the world. And I think 70 to 80% of some of these pandemics are as a result of human to animal interface in terms of they are zoonotic disease in nature. We talk about SARS, we talk about COVID-19, we talk about Ebola, we talk about Rift Valley fever, we talk about all that. And in this, we have been taken through what are the impacts which this has brought. For example, in terms of COVID-19, up to date, 15 February, I think the world has reported over 756 million cases. And out of those, unfortunately, we have lost over 6.8 million deaths. This is a big number. And in terms of cholera, annually, the world is reporting around 2.9 million cases with around over 95,000 deaths. And then Ebola, since 1976 when it was first reported, we have had around over 31,000 cases. And unfortunately, we know our Honorable Minister, she has discussed about it in the plenary. All these diseases, some of these numbers could be marginally low. But when you see the case fatality rate, whereby we are seeing in terms of what is the significant attack in terms of losing lives, it's a big, huge. And if we don't build their resilience, then we are going to lose, and it's going to disrupt our economies. I'm not going to go through the numbers because I know it has been one of the phone discussions when we were here. So in terms of what did Kenya do in terms of mitigating the risk, we followed the 5 principles of emergency response in terms of building systems, plans, in terms of multi-sectoral approach, having people together, having high-level advocacy led by the top leadership, that is the president, and forming the National Emergency Response Committee, having task force in place, having technical work groups at the technical level. This really worked because you have to have a system to coordinate all the interventions. The other thing is about having related SOPs in terms of how do you engage other stakeholders. Number 2 is internal and external coordination. How do you map your partners? And we did this very well in terms of mapping who are the partners, who are the key sectors, because in terms of pandemic and epidemic response, you need a whole society approach. We need Ministry of Tourism, we need trade, we need everyone on board. We need public and private sector involvement. That is very key, and I think our previous speakers have talked about this. That is a second key point. Number 3 is about public communication. How do we map our communities? How do we map our players? And how do we segment them in terms of providing the real-time information to reach them based on the channels which are appropriate? And number 4 is community engagement. Community engagement means how do you engage that lower-level player and up to the national level in terms of the players in the tourism industry, in the other ministries. And number 5 is dynamic listening and urban management. We have been told about misinformation and miscommunication. All those really comes to interrupt our response mechanism. So based on those 5 elements, how that is the match when we build all of our systems within those 5 elements, then we are likely to build a good resilience. Then we have 5 key principles in terms of, that is given by the WHO, in terms of creating and building trust. How do we ensure that all our people build the trust around us? We become the first source of information before they go to the media, before they go anywhere. Number 2 is about being transparent and accountability in terms of the resources you have, how you are utilizing the resources. Number 3 is listening to the public voices. What does the communities, what does our stakeholders say about our interventions? And how can we rally them, we work together towards the journey of building a resilient society. And then number 4 is having a plan. If you don't have a plan, and if you don't test the plan, whether it's working, whether for whatever you have responded to and whatever you want to respond in future. So you have to have a plan. It is tested among all the stakeholders. And then number 5 is ensuring equity. Who are our marginalized communities? Who are disengaged in various ways? How do we bring them together so that we can build the resilience? All of us, in terms of information, in terms of our players, we need to have a plan. And so that is about what we did, and we were rolling within the principles of WHO in risk communication and also the emergency response model. So what is the future holds for us? Number 1 is proactive communication. And I know this has been discussed in terms of if we can communicate early enough, based on the early warning system, based on our real-time use of surveillance data, then we are able to minimize disruption in terms of detecting, protecting, and controlling the pathogen or the outbreak from the source. When we do this, then we are able to save a lot of our society disruption. So proactive approach. Number 2 is multi-sectoral engagement. Number 3 is strengthening information sharing up to the community level. And then number 4 is involvement of academic and research institutions in terms of generating new ideas and how do we package this information so that we are able to engage our players and going forward. And then number 5 is building public-private partnership. If we don't build this, then we shall be talking to ourselves, we shall be going to this journey alone. So we need to build that collaborations. And finally, I know there is IHR which we have been using to inform that we don't need to interfere with international travel. But currently WHO is changing from IHR to a pandemic treaty. And that is where, as tourism players, that is where we come in. How do we ensure that our voice is heard through the WHO and it goes into that document so that we are fully incorporated, fully engaged in the pandemic treaty for the benefit of the future to build a resilient tourism sector? And finally, in terms of monitoring and evaluation, we use WHO model of International Health Regulation 2005, whereby we are being created in 4 areas. Number 1 is self-assessment. Member states does annual self-assessment in terms of core capacities, surveillance, response, prevention, risk communication, many. We have 8 core capacity areas, which is important for preparedness and response. Number 2 is about after-action review. After every episode of disease outbreak or event, you need to test it and you need to evaluate how did your plan go. Did it go to the way you had expected? And if it didn't, how are we going to review? So you can do in the action review or after action review. Number 3 is about simulation exercises. And in Kenya, we have been doing within the East African region, supported by African CTC among other players, field simulation, for example, Kenya-Tanzania border in Namanga, we did a field simulation on Rift Valley fever. This is really to test how we are going to, whether our plan is talking to ourselves. And then number 4 is about voluntary joint external evaluation, whereby member states apply for participation to be evaluated on the core capacities in terms of detecting, responding, protecting, and ensuring all society approach. So basically, that is how we are doing, and I think it's an ample time that all of us in the tourism sectors, we need to widen our space and ensure that we incorporate all of the other players. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Martini, for that very insightful presentation. So our third presenter will be presenting to us virtually. So our third presenter is Brigadier Joyce Sitine, who is the director of the International Peace Support Training Center in Kenya. Okay, so there is a slight change again. So the third presenter will not be Miss Joyce Sitine. It will be instead Professor Simon Onwari, who is the chairperson of the Global Tourism Resilience and Crisis Management Center, East Africa. Now, the general focus of Professor Onwari presentation is tourism climatic resilience. The specific title of his presentation is Climate Change and Tourism. I think he'll be joining us online, virtually. Right?
Yeah, I am here. Me? Yeah, thank you very much. Are you able to hear me well? Can I receive a response? Am I audible?
Oh, yes, we're hearing. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Yes. Thank you very much.
Sorry about that.
As you have been told,
connection is
a number of privileges. I heard the minister saying earlier that we should not talk of disaster and that we can talk of events in tourism, and that's a very interesting observation. But for us to understand, just as a background, that tourism generates a lot of income and provides employment, I think this has been talked a lot. But when we talk about tourism resilience, what we mean? And this basically that if there is any crisis, potential to disrupt what we do in the industry, then we need to provide mechanisms of countering that. And just for doing so, a number of them, and in particular, when we think about climate resilience, we think about knowing what change is taking place that is induced by climate, analyzing that, assessing that, and then trying to find the mechanisms of treating it to reduce its impact on the destination product. There is a cycle for doing so. It's a DRM cycle, we call it, the disaster risk management cycle. It has a mitigation process, preparedness process, prevention process, and so on. So there are all these dynamics that we need to infuse into the context of understanding stresses that face us and how to deal with those stresses, as it were. Looking at the previous data, and particularly looking at Kenya in terms of tourism, then we see a change in the revenues from tourism. That is, when we look at the dips here, it's influenced by various variables. And in particular, this dip here was influenced by COVID-19. But there are other variables which induce a dip in the tourism within the country, and which are related to now stresses that are in the environment. Currently, we are facing a challenge in our climate. But in general, we do also, from data that's also available elsewhere, we have been seeing a decline in wildlife over the years. And you can see these curves here on the left, a decline over the years, and which when you do deep analysis, you realize that this decline is very much associated by also understanding the wildlife density and where the people are settled, because where less people are settled, we have more wildlife in the Kenyan context. And where we have a little bit of less rainfall, lower rainfall regime, semi-arid, arid environments is where we actually have wildlife in Kenya. And there are many other variables. You have these slides, I hope you will take time to look at them. When you look at Kenya, this is the country. Kenya is surrounded by Uganda, Ethiopia, Somalia, and Tanzania to the south. But when you look at it from the context of the shape of the land and how this influences tourism utilities, the wildlife game reserves, you will see that this green gray area here is actually the lowland areas lower than 1,000 meters above sea level. So we are talking from sea level in the Indian Ocean here, just about 1,000 meters above sea level in this region here. And if you look carefully, you'll see that these are the areas where we have the big national parks and most of the national parks in the country. In other words, our wildlife has been some kind of confined into ecosystems that to them are secure because the population, human settlement is lower. The rest of the terrain and there are high potential areas that actually also have the national game reserves, but those are related to the mountainous regions where we have high mountains like the Aberdares and Mount Kenya. From the climate change scenario point of view, Kenya faces many challenges year in, year out. Conspicuous among them is drought, but we do face floods and mudslides. Occasionally we get locust invasions, which are really related to rainfall dynamics and moisture availability. And also yellow fever, I heard my colleague Martini mentioning them. Dengue fever in the coast, cholera epidemic is currently even within the country, related basically to lack of water that is induced by climatic variables. And over a long time, then we realized that the changes that are taking place in the environment, hydrometeorological influence, is influencing what we are able to see on the land. And the truth is, these pictures are just current pictures that were taken from various locations in the country. And you can see the devastation this is causing to livestock. The attempt by man to bring in water to feed the ponds so that the animals can have it, of course, is an exercise in futility because how much can they cover in the land? And the animals, both the livestock, wildlife, and so on, try to get water where they can, but some of them get stuck in the mud, like you can see this elephant here. The changes that are taking place in our environment is also leading into increased conflict with the wildlife. People just banning to get rid of certain animals, but then it causes devastation of the ecosystem. Or animals trying to move in, where man is also trying to move in terms of livestock. And in this particular picture on the top right, you can see that almost everybody is going to a particular watering hole here. Although at this point in time, the animals have taken precedence, but there's a person who is also going to look for water on a borehole that is within a certain game reserve. The particular experiences you can see then provide the disruption on the tourism product, the wildlife product is a conspicuous tourism product in Kenya, but also changes in the environment like this particular scenario in 2018 when we had a huge amount, sudden storm, unexpected, never happened before. It's just swept mud and other debris onto the road and also cut the road. The vehicles were not able to move from one end to the other end, and the way of access to Mara was curtailed for 20 hours, and the exit from Mara was not possible. So the tourists who came here had challenges reaching or meeting the scheduled flights. I was also asked to talk about sea level rise. I've not gone to the sea itself. I've gone to one of the lakes in the Rift Valley, where we have experienced flooding since 2020. And you can see the statistics here that up to 2013, the lake itself rose significantly. And if I take you to the next picture, then you can see that significant rise constituted a flooding of the terrain of the riparian zone, where in fact there was a settlement area where schools were established. And a significant amount of land, 119 square kilometers of land was submerged. And subsequently, schools, about 19 schools, 19 tourism facilities around these red spots you see here were actually submerged. And everything is placed. And there's not been any activity since 2011 in most of these areas, including schooling, especially towards 2020. When the water levels reached this maximum. It's a phenomenon of unmeasured proportion. We know from literature that it was there in 1963, and the last time it was there is 1901. And one wonders whether the engagement in development around this riparian zone is sustainable. But I know the water is going back, and people have started moving into the areas. And the infrastructure will be recovered, and obviously a number of changes will start to take place again. We know the rivers that feed this, and we know where the runoff was coming from. We know the villages that were submerged, we know the schools that were submerged.
Professor Onuwari.
We know the great impact that this created.
Sorry to interject, Professor Anwari. You're
okay.
Well, you're actually
you can
out
see
of.
this picture.
You may wrap up. You may wrap up, Professor Anwari. Professor, are you still here with us?
In Lake Nakuru, we saw the same thing, and subsequently the changes that are taking place in conclusion, if they persist, and they continue doing so through climate change, then we are going to experience certain dynamics in the tourism industry, some of them that will lead to non-performance of the hospitality industry. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Professor Onuwari. So we will now... Okay. Thanks again, Professor Onuwari. So we'll now proceed to our fourth presentation. We're operating under a time constraint. So we'll proceed to our fourth presentation, which will be done by Brigadier Joyce Sitini, yes, who is the director of the International Peace Support Training Center in Kenya. The general focus of our presentation is on tourism security / cyber security resilience. And the specific title of our presentation is The Role of Military and Police in Tourism Resilience in Kenya. So, Brigadier, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Let me share my screen. Thank you, distinguished participants of this very important conference. Hello from Nairobi, and I'm honored to talk to you about the role of the military and police in tourism resilience in Kenya. I will go straight to it. As you're aware, the issue of terrorism has grown in great bounds all over the world. And indeed, it has threatened tourism and devastated many states across the world. Now, tourism generates substantial income in Kenya. And in 2021, it contributed $5.4 billion to the Kenya's GDP. And the impact of terrorism on travel and tourism industry has been enormous in our country. And the repercussions are that other sectors associated with tourism have also been affected. And this includes areas like airline systems, hotels, restaurants, and so on and so forth. And it has caused great unemployment and reduced the number of visitors coming into the country, thus also affecting productivity of the tourism industry. Terrorism is really a mysterious and compelling phenomenon, and the relationship between it and tourism is very, very complex. And the tourism industry must therefore be able to remain resilient in the face of this kind of adversity. Now, just an example of some of the terrorist threats that we have experienced in Kenya in the recent past. In 1980, we had an attack of the Norfolk Hotel where 20 people died. In 1998, the US Embassy in Nairobi was attacked, and over 400 people died in that case. In the Westgate attack in 2013, we lost 67 lives. A university in the northern part of Kenya was also attacked, where 148 students and members of staff were killed. In 2019, another hotel, a Dusit hotel, was attacked, and we lost about 22 civilians. Now, these occurrences have really made Kenya focus its attention on the threat of terrorism. And we have been forced to devise a counter-terrorism strategy to prevent and combat this threat. One of the innovations in the strategy has been the establishment and operationalization of what we call the National Counterterrorism Center, or the NCTC. And this is an organization that embodies what we call the multi-agency approach. Principally, this approach is intended to coordinate anti- and counter-terrorism efforts. And the NCTC was originally brought into enforcement in 2014 in response to this sharp escalation of threats to Kenya. And the formalization of the institution happened 10 years later in 2014 with the Security Law Amendment Act of 2014. And this brought together various security agencies. The multi-agency approach is really critical in the country as it is a strategy that fights against counterterrorism to prevent, counter, respond, and respond to acts of terrorism. And several agencies are involved, and these include the Anti-Terrorism Police, the Kenya Defense Forces, our National Intelligence Service, the Directorate of Criminal Investigation, and several policymakers from state departments are responsible for security. Now, the whole idea is to leverage the capabilities of each of these security agencies by synchronizing the operations of the Kenya security agencies. Now, the multi-agency approach is well structured in that it has very clear leadership with lead agencies depending on the issue at hand. So in the tourism case, depending on where the tourism establishment is located, it will differ from one event to another. And there is a clear coordination mechanism that clearly shows who has responsibility for what, and it is cascaded from the national level at the strategic level to the field level. And this approach has actually significantly strengthened the fight against terrorism, making the country quite secure now, and the tourism industry, by extension, has become more secure. And we have now experienced less occurrences of attacks of terror and fatalities. Now, there is no doubt for sure that the success of tourism depends on the existence of a safe and secure environment for visitors. So safety and security issues not only affect the tourism industry, but it affects the country and our image as a destination for tourism. It affects our economy and financial industries as well. So it has a ripple effect on very many areas that impact on tourism. So Kenya security agencies have come together robustly to enforce safety and security through this multi-agency approach. When it comes to poaching, wildlife crime has been a challenge for Kenya's conservation of wildlife for many years. High levels of elephant and rhino poaching have been experienced, and this brought these animals almost to extinction in the past. It was mainly conducted, of course, in the parks, or more so to the borders of Somalia. And this prevalent poaching has also forced animals to leave protected areas and move into rangelands. And this causes human-animal conflict. So to deal with this menace, Kenya developed the Kenya Wildlife Service in 1989, and this organization is charged with the responsibility of managing Kenya's wildlife and ensuring that the wildlife are secure and tourists are also secure. So since the establishment of KWS, we have seen marked improvement in wildlife and tourist security. KWS works with very many agencies, with provincial administration, police and local communities. They work with Customs and Immigration Department and the Kenya Airports Authority to stop movement of poached items. Private ranches are also very instrumental in rehabilitating animals, and other conservation stakeholders are also very, very critical. And on a regional, at a regional level, there's great collaboration between countries that, like Kenya and Tanzania, for instance, have really good collaboration in combating poaching. Interpol and the Lusaka Agreement Task Force have also been instrumental in facilitating support when crime of an international nature occurs. And courts have also been very, very useful in many parts of the country, so that any poachers apprehended are brought to book in a timely manner. So what have the results been through this intervention? We have seen a drop in wildlife poaching in the country by 90% within the last 6 years. And it has this was because of the enhanced surveillance of the protected animals and strong penalties of those who were caught. And this helped deter them from poaching, and community engagement has been very, very instrumental in deterring people from turning to poaching. Now, statistics released by KWS have shown that the number of poached elephants was 384 in 2012. In 2018, the number was only 38. So that was a marked reduction. And in 2012, poachers killed 30 rhinos, and 4 were killed in 2018. So you can see a significant reduction. And according to the African Wildlife Foundation, Kenya's elephants have increased by 5% annually, and are estimated to be 36,280 elephants in 2021. Up from by a very good number. Up from a very small number. KWS also has shown that there's the total rhino population has increased from 1,258 in 2017 to 1,738 in 2021. So this approach has been very, very useful, and I believe it's a real case of tourism resilience. These interventions have really helped the comeback of tourism in Kenya. So what have we learned through the years and through these challenges? First is that terrorism and criminal activities like poaching are a serious threat to tourism and can even cripple the industry. Secondly, what we've learned is that no one security agency can tackle it alone. It requires continuous engagement and coordination with several stakeholders to be able to ensure that security is restored and continuously maintained. There is also a need to continuously strategize and adapt to new interventions as security challenges to tourism change. And I think speakers before me have said that we are increasingly getting new challenges in the tourism industry. And of course, security is critical for tourism resilience. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
All right. Thank you, Brigadier. So we will now proceed to our final presentation, and this will be another virtual presentation, and it will be done by Dr. Nashan Juma, who is the Chief Executive Officer of Global Partners on Purpose Network. This presentation will focus on tourism entrepreneurial resilience, and the specific title of the presentation is International Business Connection for Resilience in Eastern Africa. So we invite Dr. Juma to take the floor.
Well, thank you. Thank you so much. I hope I'm clear.
You're very clear, Dr. Juma.
Thank you, sir. Well, to the organizers of this Global Tourism Resilience Conference 2023, and to my highly respected director, Dr. Esther Munyiri, and the team that is from Kenya, and to all distinguished delegates that are in this conference, and more so to the presenters and speakers who have already given us invaluable information on this year's theme. I want to appreciate each one of you, even as I specifically confine myself to the area that I am supposed to talk about. This has to do with entrepreneurship and its resilience as far as tourism and travel is concerned. Well, I want to begin at this level. I don't know, let me just kind of share. Let me see if I can share this. Wow, yes, let me begin here. Let me begin at this point. International cooperation is recognized in all international fora and policy statements globally, and particularly in the aspect of being an instrument of growth and also an instrument of sustainability and by extension, resilience. So if international cooperation is recognized in all these policy and international forum, it is very important for us from this other end of tourism to appreciate. I remember during the 7th session of the UN Commission on Sustainable Development, the CSD, governments were asked to promote sustainable tourism growth. It was emphasized that policies and strategies be developed to give direction to key institutions and corporate sector, and also indigenous local communities. It also emphasized the necessity of consultations, collaboration, and recommended developing local community abilities using various tools such as voluntary initiatives and agreement. Now, the clauses included the support of small and medium-sized businesses, that is the SMEs. And this is where we are coming in very strongly with the international business connection. It plays a crucial role in sustainability and resilience of tourism. And just to speak more about it, it's a corporate strategy of alignment of business owners across East Africa in collaboration with, at the moment, US business owners from the private sector mainly, and in collaboration also with our government, specifically to optimize the global market opportunities. It's a platform that has huge benefits from our previous forums that we have already had. It has increased viability of East Africa products, services, and of course, ultimately, destination. Advancing a multidisciplinary and multi-sectorial approach to sustainable tourism is our focus at this international business connection, and enhancing working relations of private and public sectors, as well as the local, and promoting meaningful connection that enhance mobility and infrastructure in the tourism value chain. So, as you can agree together with me that this international business connection, it is in line with the international cooperation strategy, which is key as far as sustainability and also resilience is concerned. What are our interventions? Our interventions are mainly three: supporting industry stakeholders. We focus on supporting industry stakeholders, and our role has been more advocacy. And this is in the area of legislation, incentives, subsidies, and also advocating the exemption of certain taxes that discourage tourist activities. And basically, we also focus on capacity enhancement. This all adds up to supporting the industry stakeholders. Another intervention has to do with implementation of long-term risk management strategies and partnership. We kind of create an environment of catalyzing the energy, the synergy that has to exist in order for risk management to become effective. And the final intervention has to do with internationalization of the SMEs. And as I've just noted earlier in my background, is that one of the key areas that the UN Commission on Sustainable Development emphasized had to do with support of small and medium-sized businesses. And so in International Business Connection, we recognize that for businesses that are directly or indirectly linked to tourism to become resilient and sustainable in the present global economic environment, they must effectively engage and collaborate for common good and productivity. And at this point, we are encouraging and collaborating and linking SMEs from East Africa, and we are enabling their products and services to gain ground in the global market. And this one gives them foundation that is helpful for their resilience. Well, let me also talk something briefly about entrepreneurial operation and our findings since we engaged into this particular project. And of course, guided by the director, Dr. Esther Munyiri, in collaboration in all these states, especially in touching tourism sector. Tourism sector in East Africa, if you can go back, recorded at least a 6% steady income for almost 2 decades until 2017. But when the pandemic came, as it has already been well elaborated by earlier speakers, we see the effects, and in East Africa, we saw that international tourism dropped by 80% in 2020. This also pandemic costed East Africa tourist sector almost 4.8 billion. It costed 2 million jobs. And the East Africa Business Council found out that almost 4.2 million international visitors could not visit the specific East African sites that they intended. And at least 26.5% of farms lost their projected sales. The national park visitors dropped to 65%. Hotel bed occupancy was below 30%. That's how serious. And therefore, our intervention were in line. And what kind of outcome could we register? And also what lessons could we perhaps pick from the experience? Number one, enhanced partnerships for economic recovery has been really loud.
Dr. Jumo, I've just been informed that we are running behind time, so we will give you another 30 seconds to wrap up the presentation. So sorry about that.
All right. Fine. I would just say possibly that we have had outcomes, improved quality services, strong mechanism of coordination, and we have seen public and private partnership offering strong support. And what I may say, the next step has to do with developing sound practical strategies that will strengthen our coordination and implement measures that will strengthen the tourism sector. And with those few remarks, I believe by so doing, we will have our tourism sector resilient. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you, Dr. Juma. So we have come to the end of this session. I know most of you may not be in the mood to delay the most important exercise of the day, which is lunch, but we want to extend this session by maybe 5 minutes just to accommodate one question from a member of the audience, which may be directed specifically to any of the presenters, or a question that may be directed, or a question that may be posed generally to all the presenters. And I will ask 2 questions myself. So, Any member of the audience who wants to pose a question directly to any of the presenter or just pose a general question to the presenters, you may indicate an interest by raising your hand, and after being identified, you may proceed. So the floor is open. Is there any member of the audience who has any question for any of the presenters or any general questions? That's a no? Assuming. Okay, so that being said, I have two questions for the presenters, and they are general questions, yes? I noticed that the presentations focus disproportionately on the efforts that have been coordinated by stakeholders from Eastern Africa, especially in particular Kenya, in terms of the mobilization of efforts and resources to enhance tourism resilience. I want to know how do we ensure that the efforts which are being coordinated in Kenya, specifically those by the Global Tourism Resilience and Crisis Management Center, that they extend to other parts of Africa that are also facing similar constraints to those that have been faced by destinations in East Africa. So do we ensure that the issues of African tourism development are being addressed in a holistic way, and there's a fair distribution of the resources and interventions to benefit all of Africa as opposed to just exclusively East Africa?
Okay, thank you very much for the question. A very quick answer. We are domiciled in Kenya, and therefore most of our efforts, as we've discussed earlier, are based in Kenya. However, we are responsible for 14 countries in the Eastern Africa region, and therefore we are able to get through to these other countries through various associations and organizations that cut across these countries. Like, for example, the East Africa community. We have members there who are our researchers at the Resilience Center who feed the East Africa community with information about tourism resilience from the center and give us information from East Africa community that is useful in making decisions and ensuring that we fulfill our mandate as the center. So that is the connection that we have. Also, some of the documents, this is about research and policy and communication and all that. All that information is very useful for also other countries. I'll give you an example. When COVID hit, countries started making decisions on how to manage the COVID protocols within their countries. And at some point, everybody was making their own decisions. So what the center did, what the Resilience Center did, is we in collaboration with other partners, produced a document that included CPR protocols for all countries in the world. So we put together a good representation of the countries depending on what kind of protocols they had. And that document was shared across Africa. And many of the decisions around CPR protocols that were made within the African continent had a reference to that document. So that is how we are able to support also other African countries. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Munyari. So I think this is where we wrap up, where we conclude. So I would like to take this opportunity to thank all the presenters. The presentations were well delivered, they were informed, and they provided very practical information about some of the efforts of the various stakeholders in East Africa to enhance tourism resilience on the African continent. So I invite members of the audience to lunch. Lunch will be served outside. Yes. So thanks everyone for attending. Thanks everyone for staying here until the session ended. Have yourselves a good day, everyone. Yes.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be starting in about 3 minutes. We'll just give some exciting portion of the day, the afternoon session. Jackie, the door. Thank you. Right, so good afternoon again, everybody. I hope you enjoyed lunch. Interestingly enough, Michael Paranti, who is a well-known university professor and Marxist writer, he opined recently that so-called third world countries, or what we consider to be developing nations, are not necessarily underdeveloped. They're more overexploited. And I think it's consistent with a lot of the discussions that have been taking place since yesterday at the conference around where do we go from here in terms of our next steps. And I think if we are to think about continental Africa or even the Caribbean, more so continental Africa, we think about experiential tourism. So we can reminisce about the wonder of the Serengeti. We can wonder at the magnificent views from the Kilimanjaro. We can actually experience the chasm between bigotry and greatness from Robben Island. And we're also able to admire and experience the Delta, for example, in Botswana. But more importantly, the quality and the level of conversations that are taking place have amplified our ancestral heritage and how important it is for us to reconnect. And I think the types of discussions are leading us down that path where the diaspora, the Caribbean, and continental African nations can now come together and develop a framework within which we can exploit those benefits, and we can start seeing leveraging the different types of expertise that are available in the different regions to get the best outcome. And with that in mind, we have assembled quite an astute panel to foster some of those discussions, obviously led by our rockstar moderator, Arandana Koala. And let me just tell you a little bit, for those of you who don't know her, she's actually considered a rock star in the luxury tourism space. And we're quite grateful and honored to have her participate and to lead the conversations with our panel. Arandana is globally identified as an authority on travel and tourism, as well as hospitality industries, and has over 2 decades of experience in this space across 70 countries. She's actually the founder of Optimind Partners, a private client advisory company, and she has actually done a lot of consultations with industry leaders, with governments, with UHNW investors, and so on. She serves as the chair of the advisory board of the Red Sea Project in Saudi Arabia, which is solely owned by the Public Investment Fund, the Sovereign Wealth Fund of Saudi Arabia. And previously, she was the managing director of tourism sector at NEOM, which is also located in Saudi Arabia. The $500 billion land project for sustainable and a new way of living was also being led by Arandana. She serves as a board member of the steering committee and a member of the World Tourism Forum in Lucerne, Switzerland. A passionate advocate on a transformative power of tourism and the prospect it presents for combining conservation and community, culture and commerce. She spends a lot of her time engaging presidents, prime ministers, and tourism ministers on using tourism as a force for good, and has interviewed hundreds of government officials and CEOs globally on the key challenges facing the industry. Obviously, Arandana is going to bring some of that wealth of experience to the discussion and contextualize it in a way where we can now move from just having conversations to developing an action list that we can implement going forward. In the past, she has worked with Jones Lang LaSalle, a strategic consulting practice in Europe and Asia, as well as hospitality operations in India. She's a keen industry practitioner, and she's a regular speaker, moderator, and presenter at the foremost family office conferences, as well as tourism leadership summits around the world. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my distinct pleasure to welcome Arendano Koala. Thank you so much.
Woo, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you've had some coffee this afternoon after that delicious lunch. If you haven't, don't worry, because this session is going to shake you, wake you, provoke you, and if nothing else, it's going to have the same impact as a double shot of espresso. Now, we get started, shall we? If you want to solve some of the biggest problems facing humanity, you need to have a bias for action. But not just a bias for action, you need a bias for collaborative action. Why? Because we just can't solve all the problems in the world ourselves. It requires broad partnerships and working well with a diverse group of people towards a larger goal. In fact, we just don't need to be open to working with others. We need to actively seek out others to work with and solve a bigger problem. And that starts with leaders who are open to listening, leaders who are humble enough to admit that they don't have all the answers, leaders who are hungry to come together to solve the big problems facing humanity. The key is putting yourself on par in a true and equal partnership, even being in service to others. It requires humility. But that's how you build common ground, that's how you go for win-wins, and that's how you bridge gaps and build trust. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome on stage, we have 6 amazing leaders who fit that description pretty well, and they're here to discuss how you can use a multi-destination strategy, not just to stimulate more tourism in the Caribbean, Americas, and West Africa, but really talk about more broadly how multi-destination strategy can be used to build resilience into the tourism model globally. In no specific order, starting with the man of the moment, Honorable Minister Edmund Bartlett. Sir, please. Next up, Honorable Minister Kenneth Bryan. Honorable Minister Dr. Pratt from Sierra Leone. Ms. Nicola Madden-Gregg, President of CHTA, Mr. Donovan White, the Director of Tourism, Jamaica Tourism Board, and last but not the least, we have Marie McKinsey, who's the SVP, Senior Vice President of Government Affairs, Carnival Cruise Line. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Can I just take a second to applaud? We have actually reached 50% gender diversity, and that deserves an applause. My dear panelists, we're going to make this fun. We're going to make this really quick and funky. And I want to start from the left to the right. Let's build some context. Let's have a discussion. Tell me in one word, no more than one sentence. Let's start with the benefits of a multi-destination strategy. Let's start with the benefits for the destination, and then we will go right to left and talk about benefits for the travelers. So what do you think are the benefits, one benefit, of a multi-destination strategy for the destination? I'll start with you, Marie. Just a single word answer will do, one sentence, one benefit.
Oh, sorry about that. Excuse me, I lost my voice. I'm going to do my best. One word?
Yeah.
Economic activity.
Exactly right. Okay, so more tourism dollars. Money, money,
Absolutely.
money.
Absolutely.
Donovan.
Hi, good. Hello, good afternoon, everyone. I'd say there's an old maxim that says, rising tide, rise all boats. I believe in a region where you have large and small countries, I believe this is something that can definitely benefit all.
Fantastic. Stronger together. Nicola, were you smiling because he took that saying of yours?
Almost did, but I think I'll use a Jamaican saying, which is, even though we're little, we're Talawa. So I think a multi-destination strategy is a Talawa approach.
Fantastic. Dr. Pratt, benefit to the destination.
One word is multiculturalism. One word, multiculturalism.
Why you ask all the smart people first? I would say allowing people to fall in love with this region before any other.
Right.
Because the Caribbean is a special place.
Excellent. And words of wisdom from Minister Bartlett.
Shared growth.
Right. Now we're going to go, starting with Minister Bartlett, all the way down to Marie. Minister Bartlett, from the traveler's perspective, why does a multi-destination strategy make sense if you're a tourist?
Firstly, it is a cost-effective arrangement,
right,
which enables multiple experiences within one package.
Fantastic.
And that's really enabling value for money. In closing, I would say it is a strong customer value proposition.
Excellent. Minister Bryan, you're second now. You
repeat the question again.
The benefit of a multi-destination strategy from a tourist perspective. So why would they want to visit multiple countries?
Well, I'll have to steal the minister's viewpoint before. The cultural exposure.
Right, so you get to experience multiple.
Yeah, more than one, yeah.
Excellent.
It gives the traveler an opportunity of using an ideal budget to see many destinations.
Right.
So there is advantage in terms of resources which the traveler is using.
Great.
For me, it's more the psychosocial. It's the inspiration. It's that feeling of connectivity, just being able to experience so much wonder and beauty in one trip. I think that's really the element for me, the more aspirational side of it.
Fantastic.
I believe that there is a real opportunity for travelers who travel really long haul, travel 17, 18 hours to get to a destination, and you're only able to spend your time, sometimes 10, 12, 14 days in one place. You may want the value-added opportunity to explore other parts of the same region if it can be facilitated. I believe it enhances the travel experience. It allows for all the other things that we've said before in terms of the diversification of use of culture and all the amenities. So definitely, I think that the opportunity to engage long-haul travel, for example, we're talking Africa, Caribbean today, perfect opportunity.
Perfect. Excellent. Marie, final words.
I think it's interesting that I'm at the end of this string because, in summary, this is what cruise provides. Value. No, really, it does. Value, a multicultural experience, growth, education from a guest perspective, and learning different destinations on one itinerary.
That's fantastic. The share price shoots up for Carnival as we speak.
That's right.
Minister Bartlett, if I may ask you, we know single visas and seamless border travel and services are at the core of a multi-destination strategy. And we now know it can generate billions and, increase the tourism flows and receipts. But building multilateral partnerships in an industry which is as fragmented as tourism is no child's play, right? I mean, we heard the former Prime Minister speak this morning. There are some countries where tourism is still not recognized as an industry. There are some where there is no Minister for Tourism. And there are others where there is a Minister of Tourism, but he or she is completely sidelined. Now, you have batted on this wicket before. So tell us, what would be your words of advice to someone, let's say West Africa, Dr. Pratt, who's getting into the multi-destination strategy? What would be your advice to someone starting new so they can get it right at the outset and learn from your experience?
I think the big elephant in the room for multi-destination tourism is something called political will, drawn from a sense of sovereignty and wanting to be nationalistic. Countries must recognize that to enable a sharing, it means harmonizing policies. It means looking at how do we rationalize certain protocols and how do we yield a certain level of sovereignty to enable a broader opportunity for collaboration. And I think that the difficulty that some countries have is that each has its own border policies and protocols that are driven by varying types of even multilateral arrangements. And for the Western Africa, I believe that East Africa has done something that's worth looking at. They were able to get it together. The Europeans have gotten it together with a Schengen visa, which allows you to visit one country and have domestic status through the rest of the countries. We in the Caribbean need to do that. We toyed with the idea with the World Cup cricket when we had a Caribbean passport, Caribbean visa that operated and operated well for the short period of time, but we have abandoned, and I think much of it again is laid at the feet of nationalistic, sovereignty issues and so on. So at the heart of it, to get it right, we have to decide that it's a sharing now. It's harmonizing policies and it's rationalizing protocols.
Fantastic. I'm going to pick up on something that he said, Minister Brian, if you don't mind. Because at the core of a successful multi-destination strategy is a condition that each country has to give some degree of national interest, right? And my question is, how do you get social and economic cohesion while still retaining that sovereignty?
Money. The one thing that drives all human beings, and I always say this in almost everything I analyze, is the one thing that pushes people is not it's prosperity and opportunity to feed their loved ones. And if you show the financial gain to any policy advisor or policy maker, he can then take that back to his constituents or her constituents and say, we're doing this for you because the benefit for you. I think what we have failed at is within the leadership groups and the decision makers is that analysis that you can quantify it. I use the example of us with our national airline, Cayman Airways. Now we lose on that airline every year, but we don't see it as a loss because we know that that airline is an economic accelerator. We know that we may spend $10 million to subsidize it, but the amount of economic opportunity we get on the back end is probably 5 times the amount of that. And we have to carry that formula into multi-destination travel because it reminds me of the famous word my good colleague and minister said, competing. Because we can do this together and all win. And until we understand that in a quantitative way, only then can we deliver it.
Fantastic. I'm going to pick up on something else Minister Bartlett said for you, Dr. Pratt. East Africa, he mentioned, because now East Africa has a visa facilitation between Kenya, Uganda, and Rwanda. And I think in the western coast, Benin and I think Gambia has a free visa program. How would an ideal multi-destination strategy look like in West Africa for Sierra Leone? Who would you collaborate with? What's your dream team?
For Sierra Leone, the first thing I would say for West Africa is that we have what we call the ECOWAS passport. Once you have the ECOWAS passport, you actually don't need visa to go in all the 15 countries. And we are actually now looking at each of those countries and seeing what they are doing. For Sierra Leone, we have introduced visa on arrival. So you only need to come to the airport, and then you can pay for your visa. It also applies to Ghana, to Nigeria, to the Gambia, and there are also other kinds of visa arrangements. So in terms of access, West Africa seems to be doing well, especially Anglophone West Africa, in terms of opening up the space. And I should say that what we have challenge with is land borders, you know, because we have a number of people who may want to travel from one place to another because the distances are short. But you know the usual, the land borders have difficulties as a result of the fact that each country, we have different ways of dealing with our police, our military, or what have you. But one policy which ECOWAS has just brought about is the movement of persons, free movement of persons. We've all signed into that protocol for free movement of persons. So which means you can move, you know, from one place to another. And they have introduced ECOWAS ID cards for West Africa, which you can use to move. So in terms of the institutional framework, the region and the government, we've been able to do it. But the problem is we've not been able to get our people to understand what we are doing. You know, we say one thing, and then when people go to the borders, they are totally different things. But I'd like to add that multi-destination is a tool for a very strong political social cohesion. When you do multi-destination program, you support weaker marketing countries. For instance, you have countries which may not have the resources, but if you bring them on the program, you are able to support them in terms of them earning something, because we all know that some countries may be more attractive or have more facilities or more opportunities than the other. But in the multi-destination approach, you have an opportunity of building a cooperative venture. You have an opportunity of having an arrangement, you know, cooperative arrangements that can ensure that each and every person in the value chain has something to offer. And it will help hotels. Maybe if you have hotels in certain areas that may not be having as much guests as possible, you are helping that hotel to survive. If you have workers in certain places who may think that they are losing jobs, but if you have this approach, you can. So what I would say is that with multi-destination approach, is about stability, it's about social cohesion, it's about reducing poverty, it's about bringing on board integrative regional development. With all of these frameworks we have, you have CARICOM, you have ECOWAS, you have IGAD, I mean, you just name it, you have East African Community. If we go into this, it's really going to pull us together, and we are going to have more resources, and we are going to take care of our people much, much better.
Fantastic. I'm actually going to pick up, Nicola, something that Minister Pratt said. Strong destinations cannot exist in fragile regions. And what she alluded to was interesting, because the level of infrastructure, development, talent, expertise, resources varies a lot depending on who's your neighbor. How do you then ensure, well, the input is proportional and the results are also equitable when they're divided?
Yes.
Minister Pratt, if Nicola can, and then I'll come back to you after.
So I lead an organization which is the CHD, Caribbean Hotel and Tourism Association. We have 33 destinations in the Caribbean. And what you have to do is look at how can we work collaboratively. It may not be equal for every single thing that you do, but if everybody is being exposed, people will be exposed to different markets. So, for example, Jamaica's main markets are the USA, UK, USA, but then in the Eastern Caribbean, it's more European markets. So it is maybe not equitable in terms of you're going to get the same amount of visitors from these different markets, but if the overall overarching growth, as we said, everybody moves up, it may be different source markets that move. But it's also important that we fix things internally for the Caribbean, in particular when we're talking about multi-destination, because it's not only about the policy from the governmental side in terms of the visa and entry requirements, but also the issues we have around availability of airlift. Because even when we are bringing in over 32 million people to the Caribbean now, and most of them are only going to one destination. But if we break down the other barriers in terms of having availability of flights at a price point that is more attractive, then we will immediately see that moving into people choosing 2 or 3 destinations. So I think overall it is allowing us to be able to look at the various source markets, saying to our various destinations, this is where you're going to see growth. You may not see it over here because that's not your core market. But overall, if we push out together, and maybe in different nodes, we had this discussion, Minister Bryan, earlier, the Northern Caribbean may need to move as a unit, while the Eastern Caribbean may need to move as a unit. But when we look at one Caribbean strategy, everybody understands that the Caribbean is not a place you visit once. It's a place you visit numerous times because of the diversity of the region.
Right. Fantastic. Donovan, when you hear the old cliche that the Caribbean is the destination for sun, sea, and sand, which is totally not representative of the diversity and the uniqueness of the destination, do you look at the multi-destination strategy as an effective solution for busting these myths? And how can you build the one Caribbean destination overall strategy while still developing brand Jamaica?
You know, when I started in this job 5 years ago, one of the first things I did was I Googled tourism in the Caribbean. And what I got on my screen was a dashboard of blue. And within that dashboard, everybody was included. The truth is, where's the differentiation? So the question is a poignant one. And one of the first things that we landed on was, how do we begin to differentiate ourselves? So that's the Jamaica story. And it really was about looking inward rather than towards the shores, and being able to bring to bear on the audiences around the world the many aspects of Jamaica that's available within our tourism products. So that's the Jamaica story. And I think that there is that story that is able to be told for every country across the Caribbean, to be very frank. But I think I want to include in my answer the pivot to Nicola began to talk about airlift, and because I think it's at the heart of the development of multi-destination tourism. And today, there is 10 independently owned airline flying across the Caribbean, point to point, mostly short haul, and doing so, I would say, mostly ineffectively. Today there are 3 alliances, airline alliances across the world: SkyTeam, One World, and Star. And I cannot understand what is preventing the Caribbean from having the 4th major airline alliance in the world, which then provides the network connectivity that will enable the movement of people seamlessly. And I take that word from Minister Bartlett because he uses it often and well when we speak. But the truth is, for multi-destination to be developed and to work effectively, there has to be seamless connectivity across the region. And there's a lot of other pieces that we've mentioned here, including a lot of the policy framework that needs to form itself properly and adequately to support that kind of networking of the connectivity. But without that, it's going to be a great conversation and a great paper to write, but without the connectivity, it's not coming off the ground.
All roads lead to Minister Bartlett. It's what he says is the move away from competition to co-petition, right? Fantastic. Murray, Carnival cruises extensively in the Caribbean, but tell us, from a multi-destination strategy, how do you identify what destinations are really well suited for MDS?
Where we go is highly driven. Don't feel me. Is highly driven by demand, where our guests want to go. However, for example, you mentioned Carnival Cruise Line. I work with Carnival Corp, where we have 9 global brands, but 8 are cruising in the Caribbean. Carnival Cruise Line is our year-round brand in the region. And they have nicely positioned themselves in various home markets in the U.S., home ports in the U.S., to bring different guests from around the U.S. into the region. How they decide where they go depends on how quickly those ships can get there in a 7-day itinerary typically. However, it's also heavily driven on demand. Where do our guests want to go? And I think it's so important that as a region, and everyone has said this, so I don't want to beat a dead horse, but it's so important that every destination is uniquely and authentically identified for us to be able to build an itinerary in a way where guests feel like they're getting on a ship and they will have a multitude of experiences coming into the region, because we absolutely have that to offer.
Fantastic. Minister Bartlett, I'm back to asking you. When we talk about a multi-destination strategy and its role in building, well, I think we all have a unanimous, violent agreement that it's a great strategy, right? But I want to talk about what is the role of multi-destination strategy in building resilience in tourism? How can it help protect us against future shocks, disasters, pandemics?
Right, so we begin that multi-destination has two critical elements to it. One is legislative, which is public policy and what the government's role is in enabling that. And we dealt with that a little bit early on when we spoke about harmonization of policies and rationalization of protocols and so on. Then there is the second critical area, which is marketing and the development of a product, which now is the responsibility of the private sector. And it is the private sector that will have to develop a product that can be marketed across regions. Luckily for us in the Caribbean, we do have common brands. And most of our destinations have the same brands operating. There are sandals in almost every country in the Caribbean. There's some Spanish brands that we have that are also common to the region. So how do we get those two elements to come together? How do we get the governments of the region to harmonize policies and to enable for the seamlessness that Donovan spoke about, which is a word from me, and how do we get the entrepreneurs of the region now to come together and to create a single product which is packaged and priced so that it will have an attractiveness to the market. And I'm excited about the prospect of the latter, because I really think that getting airlines to be interested in your space must begin that there is a product. And to define the product is the challenge. Donovan mentioned that when he looked, first of all, at his dashboard, he saw a blue spot, and that was that. And so the issue is, how do you differentiate? So within that space now is the notion of what makes this product alive and exciting to the market. And what makes it alive and exciting is diversification and differentiation. So that whilst you are selling a product in terms of its geographical area, you're selling multiple experiences. And that's the issue, to create multiple experiences that will respond to the passion points of travelers, bearing in mind that people travel to fulfill their passions.
Great. You want to add something? Please, yes, go ahead.
I really do. Mic check, 2 1 2. And there you go. Thank you. I just think I had to throw this in because after the rep from Carnival said about customers and they follow the demand, and then Minister Bartlett talking about creating the product and experiences. What is the product? And then I think back about what you hear about what customers want today. They no longer want sun, sea, and sand, because all of us on Earth in the Caribbean region fall within that hot zone. So we all have that. So they come for something else. The people, the experiences, the culture. What is the culture? The culture is our history. How did the Caribbean got developed? And I think we have an opportunity to have multi-destination travel by selling the history of how we became who we are. He's a descendant of Africa, so am I. And most of the Caribbean region have a story to say, whether it's the Dutch, the French, the British territories. How was the Caribbean developed? Because each one of us having sun, sea, and sand. Why are you coming here? Why is she wearing the clothes that she wears? Why do I speak the way I speak? Why am I speaking patois? What are those stories? And pinpoint them back to something that is interesting to the consumer. How did this all start? How was the takeover of the Caribbean when the Arawaks and the Indians were here? Sell that, because each and every one of us in the Caribbean and Africa have a part to play in that story, and it's an amazing one. And if we sell that together, you can come from Cayman to Jamaica, because Jamaica has a different part of that story, different chapters of it, and come and read our history.
I love that. Real people, real places, real stories. Absolutely love that. Minister Pratt, if I can bring you in here. When we talk about a multi-destination strategy, we often depend on development assistance from World Bank, IFC, or USAID, or whatever. And they often tend to be country-focused and not necessarily have the mechanisms in place for an effective regional cooperation. How do you navigate that challenge?
Well, interestingly, I think slowly that trend is changing. Because if I go back to the World Bank, who is one of the financiers in my country for economic diversification, they are also popularizing the model in Liberia. And they are also in Ghana as well. So gradually it is changing. But what I think is important to note is that we have all realized, including our donors and partners, that countries have got natural resources, but to some extent, maybe they are not able to explore those natural resources for economic diversification or for tourism. For instance, if you take Sierra Leone's natural resource, which people know in history has been diamond, gold, and then maybe agriculture. But then you look at the country today, there is so much in terms of tourism that has not been exploited. So it is the argument about increasing livelihoods, creating the jobs, and bringing integrative economic development, and then, of course, bringing areas like tourism to be able to be part of that economic development of that particular country. So in essence, what I'm saying is the trend is changing, but it is as a result of the fact that we have many more things that could change our livelihoods than what we used to depend on. So we are not only now dependent on the traditional things which we used to know. So they are putting money into this in order that we can use what we have. For instance, we have so many beaches, we have islands, we have ecotourism, we have national parks. We have many different things in Sierra Leone. We have the history, the slave history, the Bones Island, of course. We also have the history with the Caribbean, with Jamaica, with Barbados, and all of those countries because of our shared history. So in essence, what I'm saying is that we are slowly moving towards diversification of the economy. And the donors themselves are now saying, if it can work in this country, then it can also work in that country. And it's really in dividend because our GDP is rising as a result of the additional sectors. There are rising tourist numbers that are coming up. And of course, we are also pushing it in terms of rural development. That's the other thing. We want to have access to some of these attractions. So I work with my colleague who is in works. You have to do the road to construct A, B, C, and D. Yeah. I work with my colleague who is in energy. You have to expand energy to all of these places. You have to expand water supply to these places because we have to move the tourists. We have to develop domestic tourism. So in essence now, the narrative is gradually moving as an integrated development strategy for tourism to be able to ramp up all the other sectors of development. And people are gradually seeing it that way. So, for instance, like when you spoke about if you're a minister, you're coming in, you want to convince government, I, from my own experience, will say that you move the integrative development approach of tourism. that tourism is multi-sectoral, it is multidimensional, and tourism has to do the development of all other sectors, and all those sectors have to make tourism what it is. I think we need to take that away.
Thank you. I have 3 minutes left on the clock, and I want to make sure the 3 panelists get a minute each, just to be fair. We have to be fair. Nicola, how do you think of community participation, job creation, and new business setups when you have so many destinations to think about?
I don't think it's difficult at all. We did a project with the OAS recently, which was focusing coming out of the pandemic on micro, small, and medium-sized tourism enterprises. Because what we want to ensure is that in our development and use of tourism to propel our countries forward, that no one is left behind. It is really about bringing the entrepreneurial class of the Caribbean to the forefront. Tourism in the Caribbean was started by the mom and pops in the small communities, and then the big players looked on and said, what are these guys doing? They're making money, it's successful, we need to get in. And the big chains came and really helped to drive and promote. And as we continue to grow, we have to make sure that we use tourism to build out our entrepreneurial class of our Caribbean nationals, but also to look at generational wealth. And how do we not just be employees, but we are owners of the product. And so when we're talking about resilience and how multi-destination strategy can drive that, it is ensuring that our entrepreneurial class, whether it is in the core of tourism, accommodations, attractions, or in the support services that will drive that tourism product. So back into the community, with tech, we have a lot of young people now are coming. We have distribution strategies that we buy everything from overseas, or website development, everything along those lines. Is it in agriculture? Is it in accounting services, legal services? All of this is available to us and to our nationals to push as the backward linkages into tourism. So that's how we build resilience. So it's not just about the top line level, but everything else, and ensure that we have wealth generation for our nationals.
Thank you. Donovan, I want to go back to your original point about long-haul tourists. 60 seconds only. I'm sure you have a strategy in place for the long-haul tourists because they travel in groups, have very specific needs, and a multi-destination strategy is right up the alley for someone like that.
It certainly is, and I think the hub-and-spoke model has worked elsewhere in the world. It's worked in the United States perfectly, changed the aviation landscape in the United States. It also did that in Europe. It's doing that now in Asia. And I think what we have to appreciate is we are going to have to take a hard look. Both two ministers said it, at how we apply our nationalistic approach to the benefit of the region. I think from a strategic perspective, the region would benefit from possibly 3 hubs: Jamaica, Puerto Rico, Trinidad in the south, so you cover north, center and south, being able to connect all carriage right across the region, including the Dutch region. But I think what that does is it facilitates long-haul travel into these hubs if they know they have carriage onwards for distribution of passengers. Obviously, that's where the hub and spoke work, one, but also that's where the alliance, if it ever happens, would work. Because now we talk about competition and cooperation. That's where it works. They have to begin to see that there's a bigger fish, as they say in Jamaica, to fry, if they all work together to move people around the region. It gives every tourism destination across this region an opportunity to grow instantly.
Fantastic.
Because you're now getting incremental arrivals into the region that you never had before. And you're now sharing that arrivals across the region, so everybody benefits. Brilliant. So I think from the perspective of just truly appreciating what the true meaning of competition is, it is the ability for us to compete on a level playing field where everybody has an opportunity to win.
Excellent. Marie, last famous words. Perhaps a quick one, very quick one. ESG is becoming very prominent now all in everything that we are doing. And given we are the Global Tourism Resilience Conference, your last words on how do you ensure a multi-destination strategy is actually going to be sustainable and build resilience?
So, yeah, wow is right.
And 30 seconds, 60 seconds.
Yeah, wow again. It really goes back to where Minister Bartlett started, and I probably sound like I'm going to contradict what Donovan just said, but it's not a competition.
Mm-hmm.
It's really where we're working together, and where you started, where you said for us to be successful, we're never standing alone. We really have to come together as a region, whether it's in the Caribbean, whether it's in Africa, in our various regions. We really need to think about how we work together for this to be sustainable. Because if it's anything beyond that, I don't see how it would be successful.
Thank you. Minister Bartlett, you wanted...
Just very quickly, I wanted to just close the point by saying that what multi-destination does is to create what we call a critical mass to enable the movement of airlines, tour operators, and all the key players to be able to have economy of scale in their operation. So as a single destination, say Jamaica with 3 million, is less attractive to the Emirates flying with 380, 500 to 600 passengers than if they were coming into a Caribbean with 37 million people. That's the issue.
Fantastic. Ladies and gentlemen, the Bible states that the harvest is plentiful, but the workers are few. Matthew chapter 9, verse 37. There is so much need in the world and so much good work to do, but just not enough people on board. We need more leaders who are decent, kind, empathetic, and feel an obligation to improve society for everybody. How much of an impact can a group of people have? How much or how many people can they actually inspire to join in? I don't know. We might not have all the answers just yet, but I can tell you it's extremely exciting to explore the potential for real change when you have this lot working on it together. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for my wonderful panelists, and thank you for being a wonderful audience. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you so much, Rambe. We're about to start the final panel discussion. So we're going to ask everybody to just please take their seats. All right. Sit. Where are these people? Yeah. Okay, so the just need everybody to settle down. The last session, quite stimulating conversation. The discussions were very pointed, and it's pushing us in a direction where I think, as I take my notes, we're building an action register with a number of things that we need to follow up on that can advance these discussions. Really, really strong, and Aradano, you did a fantastic job in terms of shepherding and ensuring that those conversations were relevant, that they were pointed, that they stimulated a lot of thought. As we move forward in the afternoon session, we have another very... So sorry. Minister Pratt is very famous, so we have to give her a chance. As we continue, our next panel discussion is going to be centered around building capacity for tourism resilience, something that we know a little bit about. And this is going to be moderated by Achi Ojana Alai. Achi is actually the former county minister of Kisumu in Kenya. And she's, just by some cursory conversations that we've had, is quite adept of guiding the conversation. We have a very distinguished panel, which she will also introduce. And we're looking forward to a very productive afternoon session, at which time I'll come back and our global tourism minister will do the closing remarks. Okay, Achi.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests. It's a pleasure to be here. We thank the Jamaican government and Honorable Bartlett for his warm reception to all of us who are traveling into the Caribbean, maybe for the first time like me, and for those who are returning, I'm sure the hospitality is on point. I do want to touch on the space. I want us to just close for a moment before I invite my panel as they pull themselves together. Let's just think about who the tourist is. A tourist is a savvy human being. A tourist is nitpicky. They are very particular about their experiences, about spending their money. You and I, who might have traveled into Jamaica, we are that person. We are that tourist. We are aiming to get to new destinations in a flawless, seamless way. That in itself will build our experience about the destinations we're coming to, and that then gives you, the host countries, pointers as to the areas that you will need to pull up. When I talk about the tourist being savvy, I do mean tech savvy. He, she, every one of us has a phone. And in a twinkle of an eye, they can break a destination just because of a poor experience, or they can build up a destination because of a great experience. So allow me to bring into that conversation the fact that tourism is a human-to-human sector. There is no other way to do tourism except allowing people to move from one geography into another. It cannot be tech only. But you're up against the tourist who is on this gadget, you being government, you being industry. I want to suggest that the tourist is ahead of us. Government and industry are trying to catch up with this beast of a thing called the tourist. And until and unless we accept that they have outrun us, and now we're trying to play catch up, but catch up fast, we will always lose. But in this room right here, we want to grow this space called South-South tourism, which is extremely exciting, allowing the African continent to come into the Caribbean and vice versa. So how can we outsmart this very techie, savvy, smart creature and deliver to him and her an outstanding experience? I reckon we have to build capacity. That draws me to the title, Building Capacity for Tourism Resilience. It gives me pleasure to introduce the following panelists. We have Professor Paul Wainaina from Kenya. He's the Vice Chancellor and CEO of Kenya's second largest university, Kenyatta University. And indeed, it is where the center, the GTRCMC, is domiciled. Welcome, Professor. We also have Dr. Ian Austin. He is Dean at the Center for Business and also Executive Director for GTCMC at George Brown College in Canada. Welcome, sir. We have the lovely Kim Osborne. She is Executive Secretary for Integral Development at the Organization of American States. Welcome, Kim. We have a gentleman who spoke to us beautifully yesterday about Malaga. He is the Director General of Tourism and the head of Malaga Tourism Board, Mr. Jonathan Punzon. Welcome, sir. We are waiting for Honorable Floyd Green to join us momentarily. And online, I have with me Bettina Kuzmaros, and she is Associate Vice President International for Carleton University in Canada, and she joins us virtually. We will also possibly have, but we're having connectivity issues, with Mr. Sisimio Muthengi from Kenya. He's a researcher with the GTRCMC in East Africa. So I'd invite all of you to enjoy this session. It aims to be about 45 minutes to an hour. But allow me to begin with Miss Bettina Kuzmaros. She's tight on time. Welcome, Madame. Please talk to us about specifically what the university might be doing in Canada to address and attend to the issue of building capacity. Welcome, ma'am.
Well, thank you, and thank you for that very kind introduction and your kind remarks. To the distinguished panelists from the Jamaican government, Minister Bartlett, and the other honorable ministers, and to the Jamaican Tourism Board, I just want to express my thanks for having me with you today. The question is, what are the role of universities in capacity building? And like any academic, when I was given this question, well, I started going off in a lot of different directions. But seeing how the purpose of this forum is action, let me get right to the point. Universities have a key role to play in capacity building based on the notion that our mission is to co-create knowledge sustainably and with partners. Particularly, that role is based on several key commitments that all institutions have. But let me talk about how this looks at my home institution, Carleton University, in Ottawa, in Canada in particular. We have as one of our pillars of our strategic plan our bold and ambitious vision to strive for wellness and strive for sustainability. This commitment has been solidified in our sustainability plan, which seeks to incorporate new and innovative ways to become sustainable in all of our areas of action in research, teaching and learning, and our daily operations. We define sustainability holistically and inclusively, encompassing human and ecological health, social justice, secure livelihoods, and a better world for all. This plan looks forward and not backwards in terms of maintaining these objectives. We implement that plan on our campus. Carleton was just named the second most sustainable campus in Canada and 5th in North America. And we achieved gold stars in 2022 in our STARS assessment for sustainability tracking within Canada. But that's not where this starts or ends, and this is why this is about capacity building. We want to demonstrate leadership by integrating these practices into the way we make our decisions and our daily activities. We want to inspire and support our students, but we also want to make them global citizens. And we do that by promoting sustainability, by encouraging innovation, and by experiential learning, which is where there are lots of links that we can draw between both the tourism research and the practice of our students. We want to understand the interaction between humans and their environment. We want to understand exactly where it is that we can actually make a difference. And we have several areas of focus, including sustainability and renewable energy, architectural conservation, studies in conservation, and sustainability. Most of our faculty members, or many of our faculty members, focus on interdisciplinary research in these areas, including social, environmental, and economic impacts of change and climate change in particular. We look at human and building interaction. We look at our urban environments, and we strive to find ways that we can actually implement our sustainability. We want to understand these two-way interactions. For example, we have a social innovation and sustainability energy center called the Sea Rise House, which makes use of solar thermal energy and seasonal thermal storage to provide a test bed for concepts that we would like to put into action. But more importantly than that, and I speak now with my hat as Associate Vice President International, we believe that we need to actively collaborate and share information, experiences, and expertise in order to help build sustainable operations. And by that, we mean co-create knowledge. We don't think that we do this alone. We do this in partnership with wherever we partner, and we bring that knowledge with us and back. And that's why I'm so glad to collaborate, share information, and mutually create this expertise through this conversation with you today. And I'm so grateful that you had me come speak to you. So thank you for having me.
Thank you, Bettina. That's much appreciated. Comments noted on the growth of sustainability, experiential learnings being key for you, and innovation. Just to capture some of the key ones. If I could also take this opportunity to introduce the other panelist who I hadn't done because we weren't sure about connectivity is Mr. Sisimnio Muthengi, and he is a researcher at GTRCMC in East Africa, and he will be joining us presently. Let me move the conversation then to Professor Paul Wainaina. As Vice Chancellor of Kenyatta University in Kenya, what specifically is the university doing or plans to do to build capacity for this sector?
Thank you very much. As you have heard, my name is Paul Wainaina, the Vice Chancellor at Kenyatta University. And I know this is the second day, but I still want to say thank you for the organizers making it possible for us to come to Jamaica. I have traveled, but this is the first time I've been Jamaica. So I want to thank the organizers very well. But secondly, I want to just introduce my university so that you understand where we are coming from. Kenyatta University is one of the large universities in Kenya. 60,000 students and above, both undergraduate and masters and PhD. We run what I would call a comprehensive university, where you have most of the programs that any university has, those who are allied to sciences, those who are allied to the arts, and actually I would say we do very well. We have medicine, we have engineering, we have performance arts, we are very strong in music. And one of the good things I would say that we also run a hotel in one of the coastal towns, which has about 200 beds. So anybody coming to Kenya to tour, probably one of the first thing you do is to ask Kenyatta University whether we have any opportunity for you to have something very nice, reasonable in terms of the cost, and it is well run. Experience in terms of the industry. We normally use that for also teaching, because we have a very strong department of hospitality. I want to say that, first of all, the center, the Resilience Center, is actually domiciled in Nairobi, as we have been told by Dr. Amunyere. And for us, I know there are so many things that we can do at the university level. And what we are doing right now, after COVID, is we realize that to save the hospitality industry, there are very many players. Very many, because again, when it comes to what would cause some negativities in terms of the industry, we are talking about so many factors, some cyclones, drought. These are things that just happen. But we also think that there are certain things that do not necessarily need to have some dramatic happening. Things that we can do and actually enhance the industry. So for
Professor,
the moment...
if I may just stop you there, may we welcome Honourable Floyd Green. Welcome, sir. Honourable Floyd Green is the Minister without portfolio in the Office of the Prime Minister here in Jamaica. Welcome, sir.
So,
please proceed.
Okay, so what we are doing is actually to use the center to come up with people who we can use to man things that maybe go wrong if actually, we try to do certain things, and then you find that we can no longer do that, particularly in the industry, simply because of something happening. And therefore, in our training, we have realized that we need to have people who are specialized in certain areas, particularly in the master's program. People who understand, particularly what are we going to do in terms of we have a climate change, maybe a cyclone, a drought, and therefore what we require is to have people who are undergraduate. They have the first degree, but then they specialize in certain areas.
Okay.
We have about more than 100 master students who are actually looking at various areas. Some are looking at climate change. Some are looking at drought, because there are so many, and others are looking at some political changes. So these are some of the things that we are trying to come up with.
Okay.
Programs that actually are designed to help people to be able to actually respond to issues that actually affect the industry.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor. Much appreciated. Comments about the master's program at the university, that is where you specialize and train and teach students in terms of this capacity building agenda that we're addressing here. And they're dealing with a wide variety of aspects that target tourism, from climate change, you're looking at even political change, a comprehensive package, you say. Let me introduce the only lady on the panel. Gender was not taken into account for this particular session. Welcome, Kim Osborne. I'm looking for specificities. I hope I've got that right. What exactly might the Organization of American Studies be doing to build capacity? Because I mentioned on the intro that the tourist is outrunning the industry and outrunning government. So what is your organization doing or planning to do? Welcome.
Thank you so much, and good afternoon, everybody. And let me join my fellow panelists in congratulating and thanking the government of Jamaica for the hospitality and for the organization of this event. Just to give you some context, the OAS, the Organization of American States, the oldest regional organization in the world, we are built on 4 pillars: democracy, human rights, security, and development. I have the great honor of leading the development pillar. So we work on issues of economic development, so tourism, culture, science, innovation and technology, competitiveness, small and medium-sized enterprises. We have a Department of Sustainable Development where we treat with water in the transboundary regions, energy, climate, disaster risk management, and then a department on human development, education and employment, where we do a lot of our training and capacity building, and cross-cutting is our partnerships and cooperation. So in terms of our approach, as you know, development is complex, development is complicated. And so our approach is an integrated approach. We recognize that each of the areas that we're treating with in development have to be dealt with in an integrated manner. You cannot take a siloed approach to development. So each arm is being mutually considered as we consider them to be mutually reinforcing. And if you think of the issue of resilience as well, that approach also goes in tandem with our approach to resilience, looking at the three dimensions, the economic, the environmental, and the social aspect of resilience, or what I prefer to call the citizen resilience. We look at those, again, in a very integrated manner. When we look at tourism, tourism does not operate in a vacuum. You don't have an industry that is a standalone. It interacts with all the other areas of development, right? So you're looking at, it interacts with the economy, it interacts with the political systems, it interacts most importantly with the people. So we have to place people at the center of our resilience building in the region. So I will just go through very, very quickly. And the guiding principle for our work in capacity building is to ensure that it is responsive to very specific needs. And we have to make sure that we assess the gaps, assess the needs, identify the gaps that we need to strengthen in order for us to build a resilient or a sustainable model for tourism. So as I said, we look at the whole range of issues. Under environmental resilience, one of the biggest gaps that we saw in the Caribbean in particular is the need to build an agenda on science and data for resilience and disaster risk management. So we need to ensure that our decision making is evidence-based. So what we did last year was to launch an agenda on science and data for building resilience and reducing risk among disasters. We've brought together a wide coalition of partners from the international community, NOAA, NASA, CIMH in the Caribbean, CDEMA, and all those players to look at how do we ensure that we are developing the capacity to have credible data, data that is validated, that can then inform our decision making at the policy and programmatic level. So do we know where people should be placed? Where should hotels be constructed? Road integrity. All of those things need to be addressed if we're talking about resilience, and that needs to be steeped in data, and that is why we're building first in the Caribbean and then moving into Central America on building that data science and data capacity in our economies. In terms of economic resilience, and I won't go through all our programs, in terms of economic resilience, we look specifically at groups that have traditionally been left out. So we've launched a program on women's economic empowerment. We believe that, as the data shows, that women have not been actively engaged and participating significantly in the digital and virtual economy. So how do we build that capacity among our women entrepreneurs? Many of them in the Caribbean are tourism entrepreneurs, right? They're tourism small and medium-sized enterprises. So we're working on building financial literacy, digital literacy, and the goal is to take women and have them engage in e-commerce to get their products to market. We're starting with the diaspora. Our diaspora is a ready market for us in the international arena. So we want to connect these women-owned businesses through e-commerce to our diaspora in the first instance. As was mentioned by the president of the CHDA, we've been working on post-disaster, working with our small tourism enterprises on business continuity post-disaster.
Okay.
So often, as many of you may know, over 95% of the businesses in this hemisphere are small businesses. So we really have to look at address the issues of small businesses, their sustainability, their profitability, their competitiveness. And so we've been working specifically on the issues of business continuity post-disaster, helping to build that capacity among our small businesses.
Can I stop you there, Kim?
Sorry.
And I'm going to stop you there just for time. And if I could just quickly catch on 2 points you've mentioned, because we're looking at what do the organizations that you, ladies and gentlemen, are heading, what are you doing specifically to build capacity? So I take it, and it is a key point, that you're not operating a silo approach. That will not work. You're doing a more holistic integration. And you've touched on 2 big ones, science and data. You're looking for evidence. What works where, and how do we then implement it? And then you've also touched on women empowerment, which we listened to yesterday, and we know in this sector, women are, they take on the most roles in the tourism sector. So you're helping to build up financial and digital literacy so that they're able to engage financially and profitably. Okay. If I stop there and just invite, thank you, Kim, and just invite Dr. Ian Austin before I move into Mr. Ponzon and then on to Honorable Floyd Green. Again, specifically, what is going on in terms of the Center for the GTRCMC and or specifically at George Brown College to build capacity? Are there policies? Are there legislation? You can go general and then come down specific, but let us know what is happening that the audience can take away.
Sure. So, Madam Chair, permit me, though, to begin by providing a bit of backdrop, and then I will drift into the specifics of your question.
Sure.
So, the important question here is why we're in this room. And we're here because we are on a mission to build capacity for resilience in the tourism sector. And you have to ask the question, why are we doing this? What's the significance of it? And I think my colleague panelists touched on it there. She talked about business continuity and the sustainability of a sector or an industry. These are the critical pieces. And why are they important? Because the livelihood of people depend on those things. And if that's occupying such a significant percentage of our GDP and our livelihood of our people, then we have to bring it to the fore and to the top of the table. The second thing I want to touch on is, as I think about resilience within the tourist sector, I think it's important that we all look at it through multiple levels: the local level, the national level, the regional level, and the global level. The title back there is the Global Resilience Center here, GTRCMC. It's global. This is significant, and our colleague here, the minister from Grenada, yesterday talked about the importance of going to the local level and beginning to drive tourism at that level. And I was struck by the willingness of the minister and his government to really recognize the significance of that, because that is an important piece, and there's a huge educational component to that, which I'll get to in a minute. The other thing we have to think about is that resilience is also micro and macro. It is micro at the organizational level. And as you look at the tourist industry, what you see is a range of organizations and business across the entire value chain of the industry. And that's where you have to hone in on, at the organizational level. Because when you have a shock, an external shock, or as the minister calls it, an event that can cripple an industry, the ones who feel it the most are those organizations and businesses that exist within the industry. So the first thing we have to do is recognize that the shock is coming from the environment. And we first then have to go back and understand that within each of these organizations are systems, and we have to ask ourselves the important question: or the systems in the organization equipped to handle the changes in the external environment? Because that's where the shock is coming from. That's where you have to build resilience against. One of the things that you have to then carefully look at then is the technology within there, the governance within there, and the type of business processes that you have within the organization. Mm-hmm. These are the critical pieces. So I want to lay that out first before I get to the specifics. Sure. An important part, therefore, in this whole piece then is the role of the government and how the government drives a policy agenda. I heard the president of the Caribbean Tourism Association talk about the public-private partnership. That's an important piece, and I want to get that in a minute. But the important thing here is, how do we drive an education agenda to begin to change the mindset of people? Because resilience requires the shift of a mindset, not just the operational things within organizations. Exactly. So we have to change that. Yeah. And our students, my time is up yet?
No.
Oh, good, okay.
2 more.
Okay, good. Because I can go on forever. But because our students now, and this is education piece, our students need now to become aware. We must now begin to embed this within our curriculum. Yeah. So one of the things that we're doing at George Brown is we have now put together the GTRCMC office and all of the governance to go with it and so on. An advisory council is being now put together. We've tapped some private sector persons to drive that agenda for us and to help us to understand what are the key components that we have to do. Our focus is on cybersecurity and also wellness and health tourism. Now, what we have done to ensure that students are a part of this, because at the end of the day, if this is to permeate our mindset, the students in our classrooms have to graduate from our colleges and universities thinking that way. So we've now put together a project, and we were talking to the folks in Barbados, and they have a small project that they're working on there in which they're trying to convert what was a COVID recovery center into a health and wellness tourism operation. So what we decided to do is, let's get our international business students involved in this. Let's get our design students involved in this. And in fact, that's what they're doing. We're working with them to ensure that our students are actually doing something that really represents the resilience that we're trying to build. And within those projects, a key undergirding component is resilience, so that we have to then drive the resilience agenda within that space. I want to touch on one more other part of education, not necessarily within the George Brown activity, but more generally.
Okay.
It is important that we have not only the formal education as we're doing at George Brown and other institutions in Africa and so on, but beyond that, we have to drive the non-formal education. The education in which we have the media involved in ensuring that a carefully crafted message with all of the linguistic construction necessary is put together, and that message is going out to people on a sustained and a deliberate way. Because I keep arguing, you cannot make a move until you change the mindset. And if you change the mindset, you have to now educate people. So that at the local level, you have to do that education as the minister is doing in Grenada. At the national level, you have to have that sort of education occurring.
Okay.
And then one last point. The last point I want to touch, just one last point.
Okay.
I touched on the technology piece. That technology piece is important because my friend here, Jonathan, yesterday talked about your country's Malaga. The sort of digital technology that they are working with there in Malaga, and it was fascinating to hear it. But there is one thing I want to say about that. While we recognize that we have to use the technology as one of those instruments and tools to help us to build the resilience, here is what I caution you against. That those same digital tools that we have to use can also become the trap and the basis for us not becoming resilient as we should. Because they themselves have within them traps in them too.
Okay.
And so we got to be careful of that.
All
I
right.
pause at this point.
You pause. Thank you. Then let me go into Jonathan Punzon. You're hearing the presentations. Many of the academia that the three speakers have talked on, they're already beginning to have conversations about what they are trying to do to build the sector and to make it resilient. You're already, based on yesterday's conversation, quite ahead. Tell us, what are the tools, what's the infrastructure that you've put in place? We understood the tech world and how relevant that is to promote Malaga before you even reach it. Detail to us specifically what else is going on to build capacity in tourism resilience in your country and in your city particularly.
Thank you very much. Thank you to organizers for taking us again in here. And there are 4 people from academia here in this panel, since I'm a PhD.
Okay.
And I've been teaching for 14 years, lecturing and teaching around the world, so I feel at home.
Okay, great.
I'm going to give us a little bit of background. Under the leadership of Mr. Rifai, I was for 8 years UNWTO staff, and I was in charge of knowledge network. And I was in charge of dealing with universities, and I was in charge of education. And the first question we have to do, and we had at that point, is that education is the top of the pyramid? Is down there? How is the industry considering education? What is capacity building on resilience? The resilience comes from failure experiences or success experiences. It comes from failure experiences that we don't know how to manage, and we have to prepare to manage. And failure comes from experience. Are we building capacity from experience? What do you think? I am tired to see universities all around the world that the faculty, there are guys and people that they have never worked in the industry. Never. And we have to make a reflection, think on that. I'm not saying that the faculties in tourism are not, probably is the most updated, but are we trying to match the necessities of the industry? Soft skills, hard skills, how are we managing this? I'll give you a couple of examples. During my duty at UNWTO, we launched with my team the UNWTO Students League with East Conference and West Conference of a lot of universities from all over the world to plan and to propose to these universities real challenge by month, provided by destinations or companies. Students were amazed to have the chance to work on solutions for real challenges. I will give you another idea. In our universities, we are slowly implementing the booking topic instead of travel intermediation. We're including the Marriott topic. What's that? We are asking to the companies to tell them their necessities. And we want their educators come to the university, teach our teachers, our faculty, educate them, to give the skills to the students to know what the market is wondering and is looking for. We are the most important part of the chain. Sure. What is building capacity? The education. What is building capacity? We have to give the skills to the new generations of workers to take care of the best moments of other lives. It's all about thinking and walking on the boots and being prepared to offer higher expectations that the clients and tourists they do have. But how we do in 2 examples, for example, our student plans in the universities were incorporating topics, as I mentioned, from private companies. We want the top companies educate in skills to our students. So we have lab demo rooms with a bedroom of Ritz-Carlton, with a bedroom of Hilton, because the way of working is different. We have a check-in desk counter, and one day we teach them from educators from the companies on how to prepare the check-in in a Ritz-Carlton style, in a Marriott style, in Hilton style. We are bringing a lot of knowledge to our students. Okay. And how do we use technology? Last thing before to continue. I told you yesterday we are on a metaverse.
Yes.
And we track the emotions of the people. What we do in our city. I told you that we can segment it by nationality with IP. What we do is tracking the emotions and behavior of Dutch, British, Qataris, Indians. We upload it to a program that in virtual learning, our staff of the city on restaurants, hotels, whatever, they can say, I want to learn how to deal in a business way with British. Okay. All the emotions people in the city, they're facing in real interactions in virtual world. I want to learn how to deal in business tourism with Germans in Malaga. Boop. Just select Germans, and you have a role play with an avatar with the German behavior and German emotions.
Okay.
So this is how technology can help, but we have to be closer to the industry and bringing the knowledge to our students from the early moments.
Okay. I think we hear that. We're hearing that Malaga seems to be already implementing some of these tools in order to remain resilient, bringing industry into the classroom, having industry leaders talk and train, having practical example. Kenyatta University also talked about how they also have a hotel and how they train there practically, but also just engaging academia with students as well as the lecturers. A key way, I guess, that you are using. But of the fact that you're already on Metaverse, and I hope we all know what Metaverse is, you know, it shows that you're many streets ahead. You're profiling by country, by emotion, and then packaging to adapt, to respond to that particular individual. Let me introduce Honorable Floyd Green into the conversation. As government, how is the country, Jamaica, working towards building capacity for the to be tourism resilient? We heard a lot of conversations yesterday and this morning, specifically, exactly what is going on or what are the visions that you have coming forward? Welcome, sir.
Thank you. I was a little afraid that I was going to miss this panel.
No, you're just on time, really.
But I realized that even if I did miss the panel, the area would have been sufficiently covered. And I really want to commend the organizers for bringing us all here to really center our minds around tourism resilience. And in this way, in this conference with this great group of people. There are definitely some specific steps that Jamaica has been taking and continues to take to ensure that we stay at the forefront of the conversation and that in practical terms we build capacity around tourism and around tourism resilience. And clearly one of the things is this very conference and the fact that we have a center here and that we're partnering with the university. And I want to commend Minister Bartlett and the team from the Ministry of Tourism and the Center here for Resilience Studies. We have gone different angles, and I'll speak quickly from education and some of the practical things that we are doing, and also from my other hat in relation to digital transformation, and I did hear some very good things, and then finally from my other hat, which is community tourism. I think I'm really here from my other hat because that's the one I'm most proud of, because if you don't know, I represent the best place on earth, a place called Treasure Beach in Jamaica, St. Elizabeth. And if you haven't been, you should end the conference now and let us all go to Treasure Beach. So one, clearly we have to continue to build education capacity, and thankfully Jamaica has had a lot of training systems around tourism because our economy is so strongly built on tourism, and our Heart Trust NTA has done a good job over the years, specifically training for various elements and aspects around tourism. We do, however, and we did realize, and the Minister of Tourism recognized, that we had to look more about innovation in tourism, and that you also have to look more at the workforce that you already have. Are they certified, and are you taking steps to certify that workforce instead of just trying to bring in new people into the workforce? So we started the Jamaica Center for Tourism Innovation to focus a lot on the workforce that we already have. And ensuring that they have the certification, because a lot of them already have the experience. But how can we, but no papers? Right. And how can we make them more marketable? And also, how can we tie the experience that they have with now the new concepts around resilience? And last year, we were able to graduate 1,700 students from across various fields from that Jamaica Tourism Center for Innovation. But we've also gone a bit further by using that Center for Innovation to go into our high schools and to start training much earlier in tourism. And I heard one of the panelists speak about how do you incorporate those things into the curriculum? How do you ensure that tourism is not seen as a foreign concept, especially in a space where you have a lot of international investors? How do you ensure that the people feel a part of the tourism product, which the people are?
Yes.
In fact, the ecosystem that gives you the tourism product. And the best way is to introduce them to those principles earlier. You know, and we have done it in various ways, you know, and maybe it's for my sins in an earlier life why I'm here. You know, I was a part of a wonderful tourism quiz team where we literally studied and competed to be the best team in the country. And Monroe College, well, we lost to Arden, another high school here, in the finals. But we came leaving with a very significant connection to how critical tourism is for development. So what we're doing through the Center of Tourism Innovation is to take that into the high school, to modify our curricula, to start training and certifying from high school, from grade 10, 11, 12, 13 in tourism studies. So that's education. We can look more into that. But then we can look at how do we use technology to make tourism resilient. And I want to take a different angle because oftentimes we think about technology tourism and we think directly about the tourism product and the hotels and that space. But as Mr. Bartlett always says, tourism is an ecosystem. Yes. So we have used technology to make agriculture more resilient because the tourism product is of little value unless you have the inputs that again give the community life from tourism. And thankfully, we were a little bit ahead of the game by developing an online platform that linked our hotels to our farmers. So they would not necessarily have to go through a middleman, a sort of purveyor, to get their produce into the tourism sector. And, you know, the Ministry of Tourism embarked on that very early, 2016, 17. And maybe at that time, well, knowing Minister Bartlett, he was already thinking about resilience. But when COVID came, and a lot of those systems crashed in terms of people going to people, the saving grace was utilizing the technology to still get those produce into the hotels when the hotel industry came back up. And I think that's one of the reasons why our recovery has been so robust. Yeah. Because as soon as the sector started to rebound, those hotels had that direct link with the people on the ground to get them in. I remember as a part of that process, it was about building capacity about the farmer using the technology, using the smartphone to connect with the hotelier to get the produce. And then we've gone further. How do we ensure that the farmer is farming at a level to have the produce that is needed for the hotel? So we've done training. We've taken farmers into the kitchen spaces so that they interact with the chefs, so that they see what is really needed. So that is resilience from a different angle, but it's still tourism resilience. And finally, part of what we're doing now more of is pushing our community tourism product. And most cases, especially in the Caribbean, community tourism evolves organically. You know, people go into an area and they fall in love with the area, they fall in love with the people, and they start staying. People invest, build villas, Airbnbs, but they still need a training. They still need a certification. And I think what we've seen in our learning is take the training to the people. So, for example, in Treasure Beach, we've used a community center. And we've used NGO breads, and we've used the Hard Trust NTA, and we've looked at the deficiencies in capacity in the areas, and we've started training in the community. Okay. So instead of having to leave to go externally to get training, you go to work, you come over in the afternoon, you go back to work, but you, again, get the certification at the end of the way. Okay. So quickly, it's about using innovation to drive education. It's about using the technology to build resilience in related fields. And it's about bringing the training into the community so that you really have capacity where tourism occurs.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. We're hearing about it's us going to the community. It's us changing mindsets. One of the other speakers talked about it. We can sit here, we can deliberate, talk the jargon, tick the boxes. But when we leave, two things. Is the employee in our tourism space interested in us? Interested in this sector that is so volatile? Interested in the seasonality of our space? Interested in not allowing them to work flexi time? You know, all of those. We touched a little bit on that yesterday. Is the employee interested? Number two, how do we get the students to start learning and hearing about tourism when they're still young? That is so fantastic and so key. And I don't mean hearing about it at the university level, because you're 18, you're about to go to college, you didn't make it into medicine, so you're going to do tourism. No. It's got to be, I have a driving interest from the age of 10, 11, you're telling your parents. That's how we've got to do it. When we were in Kenya, we're introducing that into the curriculum. And we're trying to make the students become students of various disciplines, and they're starting at the age of 10. It's a new curriculum, it's 2 years old, and then COVID came and disrupted it. But that is the only way tourism, joining this sector, is not a, oops, I didn't make it into engineering and I'm in tourism. I didn't make it into, I don't know, tech and I'm in tourism. It's very key. So we've heard all of this, and the last speaker is not able to join us, Mr. Mutengi, due to digital issues. The last piece, as we wrap up, we've got 7 minutes. And to each, I'll start again with Professor Wainaina. What will stop you? Oh, are you there? Oh, hi. Hi, Mr. Mutengi. Habari, as we say in Swahili.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon from Kenya. I had challenges of network and lighting.
But here you are.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you clearly. So let me take you into the conversation we're having. We've got a few more minutes before we wrap up. The conversation is around building capacity for tourism resilience. How is each organization, each government specifically working to build up tourism resilience, so that we can cushion ourselves against the shock? We've also looked at the tourists. I have opined, is ahead of the industry, is ahead of government. And so we're doing catch-up. Some city of Malaga is one example. Some of the academia in the room have already got tools in place. What specifically are you doing as a researcher, introducing perhaps training tools or planning tools that can help build tourism resilience for Kenya and for the region, the 15 other countries that the GTRCMC looks after? Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. My name is Dr. Sisini Mutengi, joining from Kenyatta University, and I'm glad to be part of this great conference talking about building resilience and capacity. And I'm going to talk a little about what Kenyatta University is doing with other partners about building capacity for tourism resilience through student overseas paid attachments. So what we've been doing in Kenyatta University with the Placement International that is based in Barcelona, Spain, we have an arrangement where we are placing our students who are just graduating to the top-notch hotels and other hospitality facilities in United States and Canada and other places in Europe, so that our students can be able to go for 1 year training. As you realize that the issues of gastronomy are real. When you go sometimes to some countries from your culture, you discover that you have challenges of choosing even getting food. And so you can imagine those are the tourists who come, and then you find they also cannot find food. There is a lot of food, but that is not their food. And so exposing our students into gastronomy, into hospitality, understanding of different cultures helps them to be able to gain competencies to handle these guests when they come to your country. So our students are traveling to the US, United States for a year after they graduate. And the challenges that we have heard in that, maybe I can say so far is that when we had the downtown of COVID, a lot of that program was halted, but we are back on it again. And also the fact that the students have to take care of some expenses and before they travel. And so we would think that if there could be a way of building resilience and supporting this kind of programs by maybe a revolving fund where those who are going or who are traveling, they can be able to get assistance, and then when they go and work, they can be able to pay back, and then we roll in as many students as possible, because when they go out there and they gain experiences and competencies, and then they come back to build very good hospitality services in our economy and the economies of other neighboring countries, then we are providing resilience and providing opportunities for our students and the teams that are able to get these mobilities. The other thing that we've been doing is having mobilities, and this we are supported by Erasmus Plus program, and we've been sending students, master students who are doing research, and postgraduate students, the lecturers as visiting professors. I had an opportunity as well to travel to Spain as a visiting professor at some point, and this has helped us to gain a lot of experience. And this is what now makes us at least get some resilience and the competencies as we build capacity in hospitality and tourism training.
Okay.
So I'm grateful if this kind of programs could get support from the government maybe and other governments from all over the world, where we could have exchanges in academia of maybe this kitty, maybe lying somewhere within the Global Tourism Resilience and Crisis Management Center. And this is supported all over the world, where there's exchanges and mobilities of not only students, but also the staff in academia.
Sure.
And this could provide resilience for all of us.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. You've given us two very practical examples of what the university is doing in Kenya in order to build capacity, in order to stay tourist resilient. Thank you very much. So we're coming to the close. Last comments. My question to you, is there a problem that will prevent you achieving tourism resilience in your organization or in your government? If there is, say it now and forever hold your peace. Over to you, Professor Wainaina. What might stop you achieving this goal?
I think there are two things. First of all, at the university, we need to mine data. We need to do research to be able to see what might happen, to be able to predict. Mm-hmm. And in that one, we need government support. Right now, we are running the Resilience Center, but we are struggling because this was not part of education. Remember, the concept was actually, came from here.
Yes.
Our president came, and it was agreed that we needed actually to have these centers. So currently, we are running it, but although we are serving the Minister of Tourism, actually, we don't get a budget from Minister of Tourism.
Okay.
I'm very happy that the minister is here.
Minister's here.
We are going to have a conversation.
Okay.
I think the other one.
The second one?
Yes. The other one is obviously, rather than the data, we are talking about soft skills. There are these people who are working in the industry. Maybe they are at the low level. But we need to change their mind, as my colleague has said, to know that actually, if they don't do a good job, if they do not support the industry, it will die, and they are going to actually suffer.
Yes.
In other words, I think we can come up with what I would call short courses for these people to let them know that actually the salary they are getting is directly related to the work they do.
Okay.
That is very important for them to know.
Yes.
That if they do not treat the touring, the people who are touring nicely, they are going to lose jobs. So it does not take a dramatic change for them to lose jobs. Even they themselves, even the connectivity, the people who are serving in the industry, the people who are serving like in airports, they need to know when the tourists are not happy, they are not going to travel to those areas.
True.
And therefore, they need also to see the connection between what they are taking home and their performance.
And their performance.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I take mining data as one of your key concerns. The need for government financial involvement is another. And of course, soft skills to bring the ones who are not at the higher levels up to speed so they can market and promote the destination and the country. Okay, Bettina has left us, but I will move on to Kim. What will stop you achieving the building up capacity for tourism resilience? Your thoughts?
I think, one, the lack of long-term planning and visioning. So we have to look at our plan, look at the future. Where do we want to be? Where do we want tourism to be at 20 years from now? So that we're planning for the future. Too often our planning is just based on whims and fancies and not necessarily looking at the long term. So setting very long-term goals as to what we want to achieve and what kind of tourism sector we want, and ensuring that there's continuity so that when regimes change, when administration changes, when administrations change, that planning and that visioning continues.
Okay.
And secondly, I think that if we do not have our people see the real benefits of tourism. In other words, if it is not lucrative for them, if it is not sustaining them, why should they get involved? So we really have to ensure that tourism workers, our people, are paid adequately, that it is lucrative for them, that it's enabling them to meet the needs of their families, being able to educate their kids, live in a comfortable way, and then you will kind of attract people into that tourism industry and build it sustainably and make them want to be part of it.
And make them want to be part of it.
Want to be part of it. And thirdly, I would say, if we do not, and I applaud Jamaica, connect education to the economy of our countries, particularly in the Caribbean, we're doomed to fail. We will not achieve the level of sustainability, of resilience that we build. We must ensure that our education systems are tied to the types of economies that we want to have.
Fantastic.
I think that is key.
Those three. Kim has touched on long-term planning and having a vision that's perhaps 20 years ahead. That, unless we have that, that can be a barrier to you achieving what we're aiming for here. Number two, connecting education to the sector, bringing it into the curriculum, bringing our kids on board with this sector from a very, very early age. And then, of course, making sure that the sector remunerates fairly, that there's equitable share, that this is not the, oh, you didn't get a job wherever and now you're working at this hotel or this cruise ship or whatever, that it is at par with any of the other sectors that are considered vibrant and current. Thank you, Kim. And I'll move on to Dr. Austin. What will prevent you, your organization, achieving?
Are we here? Good, yes. Lovely. So one of the things that I think is important for us to pay attention to is something I call a psychological resilience. And psychological resilience really speaks to the leadership in organizations and shifting the kind of training that we provide for the leaders of hotels and all of the allied organizations and businesses within that value chain of tourism. It is important because their vision, their decision making, and the way they run their operations must be tied to resilience, the future, and the proactivity of addressing shocks and events. Educational institutions such as mine, therefore, must attend to that, not in the normal way in which we teach leadership, but leadership for resilience. And that's the psychological part of resilience agenda that we have to drive. A lot of us are not talking about the psychological resilience piece, but that's the critical piece in there. The second thing is that we need a certain level of research funding, because our institutions drive research. Research is the basis for new ideas and the generation of new thoughts. For us to build resilience, therefore, you need to have that kind of funding. When the funding is available, researchers will shift their research agenda towards where the dollars are. And if the dollars are provided by state and non-state actors, that can form the basis of providing strong research outcomes and recommendations that will now help to strengthen the resilience of a sector, not just locally, nationally, and globally.
Okay.
And the third?
Go ahead.
Okay. And the third thing I want to touch on is a reorientation of our citizenry, and that our universities and colleges must get involved with what is happening within the country. So the forums, this is not the formal education classroom experience, the non-formal education that occurs within the communities, establishing those forums and constantly educating people about the transformation that is needed in the sector, the benefits that the sector can have. So, for example, they don't see it as a secondary or a tertiary option, but it's a primary option. But you have to reach those people, the parents and the younger ones, in their own communities. And it has to work through the school system, including the teachers. So there's a reorientation of the mindset of the teachers. So teachers don't direct you because you're smart. They direct you to medicine. But if you're smart, you're also directed to tourism. So these are three things that our institutions should be involved in. And if we don't pay attention to them, we will never get the optimal outcome that we're looking for from the resilience.
Brilliant. I hear psychological resilience, a mindset shift. Starting early is the other place, starting when they're young, building it in as a primary career path to take, not a fallback plan. I hear funding for research. Again, that would come from government and private sector. Those are areas that I think resonate across all of us here. They will have to be a leadership for resilience course in primary, in secondary school, in the universities. You and I, do we know what leadership and resilience mean? I mean, we came through COVID, so we got it on the go, but sit in a classroom and learn and teach and then pass it down. That's brilliant. Okay, I will go to Mr. Cicinio Muthengi. Are you still with us? No, he's not with us. Then I will go to Mr. Ponzon. If you could give me your concerns about what might stop you achieving optimum levels. Oops.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. I just wrote it because my brain is in sleepy mode, so I don't want to lose my mind. Sorry, guys.
You'll be out of here soon. soon. Okay.
So, I think we all failed. Because we fail on resilience. Kim mentioned, why become an engineer is better than working in tourism. This is the biggest failure for resilience. We're destroying our industry for the future. We have to bring pride to our industry. And we have to ask to the industry to treat future generations and current generations as ambassadors of the best moments of people's life, not workers. There's a huge difference. And this is something we can control from the academia and from the industry. We cannot control how to face the next pandemic. We cannot. But more or less we can handle because we know what it happened. But things that we can control, we have to build resilience on top of that. And the most important thing is, okay, we have to make our industry to spread pride in order that kids and future generations want to be part of it. Because you know what happens everywhere in the world, but in Spain much more, we feel it every day. People that get into the industry and get medium-scale positions, they don't want to leave. They want to stay forever.
Yeah.
Obviously growing, but they want to stay forever. So let's make the path of the slow jobs faster, funnier, and much more productive, and much more interesting to place that people to become ambassadors of our industry. And from academia, from faculties, from destinations, we have to obligate industry to treat the human capital as the strength for future resilience, which is keeping our industry like that. Yeah. So that's my point.
That's brilliant. I think we got that we need to bring pride into the sector. I think those of us who, as you said, once you've gotten in, you're hooked. Once you're in, you're hooked. Be you, like the other moderator, Rajan, he's in media, but he's hooked in the sector. I'm in government, many are in government, academia. Once you're in, you're hooked. But how do we get you in? A typical place to ask is if you have children at home, then you ask them as they're growing up, would you like to join the tourism sector? Would you like to work in hotels? You already know the answer, because not many of our kids are in this sector. So we need to bring pride back into the industry. And I like this phrase, we need to teach our employees and our community to be ambassadors of people's best moments of their lives. I like that. Okay, Honourable Floyd Green, you will be the last, and then I will close the session. I'm trying to get you out before 5 so that the Honourable Edmund Bartlett can close us and we can get home in good time. Please.
Thank you. What will stop us?
Given that you are government,
Nothing.
Funding comes from you, policy comes from you.
So nothing will stop us from achieving resilience. We have to. We have no choice. And, the constraints we've all spoken of. The thought leadership, which is here. We have the thought leadership. We know the problems and we know the solutions. So what is needed is action. So clearly, coming from conversations of this nature, we have to move to action. We have to move to the space of some of the internal challenges that we all face across the world in relation to tourism and its allure for the younger people and the interest. We know what we need to do to make that happen. And I've said some of the things that we are doing here, and clearly we will draw from some of the best practices across the world. And this is what this conference is for us to draw from each other to ensure that nothing stops us. So that's one. Clearly there will have to be a complete evolution in relation to worker engagement, right? And the pride of place of worker in the tourism product. Just as I believe the people are the product. So if you start from that perspective, then ultimately you will ensure that they get their just reward. Again, we know the problem, we know the solution. What it will take is action. So I genuinely believe that nothing will stop us, especially because we're not only talking about it, but we're coming up with solutions to treat with it. And I think the more countries that have centers of this nature, that focuses on tourism resilience and moves from thought to action, then what I say will hold true, that nothing will stop us. The one real threat that I see continues to be the external threat of climate change, especially for small island developing states, and the fact that so much of our tourism product relies on the environment, and how can we really ensure that there are effective and fair and equitable funding models to help smaller island developing states to be able to mitigate against the effects of climate change. Now, that is a problem that we are yet to solve. And that is a problem that even though we have spoken about it and we've come up with solutions, we really have not had a lot of action on it.
Okay.
So I hope we don't fall into that trap, and that we solve the problems that we've identified today and then channel all our energies to act on the climate change problem, so that small island developing states will always be able to show resilience in relation to tourism.
Thank you very much. We hear from Honourable Green that nothing really should be the problem. Now it's about action, taking into consideration our planet, the climate change issue. We've engaged for 1 hour and 15 minutes. I want to thank the lady first. Thank you, Kim, for being on the panel. And to the lovely gentleman virtually and with me here, Again, I want to say thank you to all the audience as well for being patient and listening in. I didn't go into Q&As, but we've got a good feel for what we are very passionate about, the business of tourism, and making sure that we keep the sexy in tourism and that we bring up the young guys and girls into the sector and that we stay in the sector and grow it. Education, key. I think education is about bringing the young ones on board, but equally, those who have left the sector, who have retired, who have done their time, be brought back in at the top level to come in as advisors and consultants because they have the expertise. Let's not lose them as well as we move on. I want to say thank you very much. It's been my great pleasure to host this panel. Oh, I have a question or a comment.
To say something very quickly, and I want you to join us in our movement we begin in Spain in the tourism industry. We, and myself, and 130 people right now, we never speak in a panel if there is not a woman on that in tourism. So please join us. Honestly, do it. It's true.
It's true. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to close, but it gives me pleasure to return the conversation back to the Master of Ceremonies. Thank you very much. It's been my pleasure. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you.
All right. We're coming to the close of what has been an amazingly productive day. We've had some lively conversations, and the panelists, including the final one for the day, was quite remarkable. Actually did a fantastic job in terms of navigating the conversation, so we're very happy about that. There are a couple of things I'd like to say before I invite our Global Tourism Minister to close. Quite a few things came out in the last two panel discussions, one of which I'd like to touch on quickly. The main trends for, or the top trends for 2023 highlighted something quite interesting, that long-term and nomadic travelers are now becoming a bigger part of the tourism ecosystem, and that's predominantly coming out of COVID, where a number of companies indicated to their staff members that you could work literally from anywhere. So you're seeing that as a trend going forward. You're seeing cities with strong cultural and historic context being a part of the travel ecosystem, and you're also seeing a number of the traveling public coming for digital detox, believe it or not, and wellness. So how do we incorporate all of these new trends that are actually becoming a part of our tourism ecosystem in a way that pushes us forward and gives us that competitive differentiation that we're looking for? And I think quite a number of the panelists spoke about socializing our young people in a particular way to get the outcomes that we want. Scandinavian countries have done this successfully for many years, where we teach outcomes. So if we want to be a tourism mecca, we socialize our curriculum and we start shaping their minds from that age. That way we get the kind of outputs that we want. Jamaica, the African continent, the rest of the Caribbean, more so the rest of the Caribbean don't have the critical mass to be all things to everybody. So if we can carve out those niche areas and become the best at them, then we start seeing the kind of multiplier effect. So I think for today's session, I think it was a wonderful success, and at this time, I would like to invite the Minister of Tourism, the Honorable Ed Bartlett, to close.
Thank you so much. I think it has, in fact, been an excellent day today. And I think what it does is to bring together two great days so far. And of course, it invites another, and we all are excited about it. So we all will be here tomorrow, bright and early, to do what will be the grand finale, to enable a stronger sense of commitment to resilience, and tourism resilience in particular, to be understood, realized, and embraced. I want to use the opportunity to say that today we sought to bring together a series of thoughts that could help to guide the strengthening and development of relationships between two great segments of the world, Africa and, of course, the Americas by way of the Caribbean. And in the earlier comment, we opined that it was important for the Caribbean to be seen as the possible bridgehead between Africa and the Americas. We spoke to the fact that the diaspora from Africa, dispersed in various areas of the Americas, have enabled us to gain a lot of experience, a lot of insight, a lot of knowledge, a lot of influence. And a lot of us now traverse the halls of influence and the avenues of power with great aplomb and are able to make and have decisions made that can, in fact, benefit Africa and the areas around. So we see this engagement today as being part of the dialogue that will lead to a reverse diaspora impact, that the wealth and value that we have gained on this side, we can forward to bring added value to the motherland. But we also see emerging in the motherland a new appetite for travel and tourism. The expansion of the middle class, we heard that some 300-odd million middle class now exists within the African area that are capable and willing to travel and traverse and also to learn about what has happened to their kith and kin that they have unwillingly, but somehow it happened, migrated towards the New World and the Americas. And we are excited about the process of getting that together. And in the discussions, we spoke about air connectivity and we spoke about how we can achieve that. We spoke to multi-destination tourism as a means of creating critical mass to enable the movement and traveling of large and more cost-effective equipment in the aviation sector so that we can find a level of connectivity across the oceans that divide us. We spoke to the impact of technology and how that technology has to be used to present proof and future proof our own capacity to connect and to do better for and with each other. We spoke to the value of knowledge, of course, and education. This is the age of knowledge, and this is the age when we have the capacity like never before to access information, data, to be able to analyze and to assess, but more importantly, the ability to convert knowledge and information into material goods and services that add value to our process and wealth and prosperity. So we see a great opportunity looking at all these critical factors together. And then we look at trends. What are the trends that are emerging that will enable us to strengthen our capacity to offer more to the many visitors that will be coming into our shores? And an earlier discussion, and indeed a latter discussion here, mentioned the emergence of the digital space and, of course, digital nomads, as the reference are, to a new demography that is defining tourism experience and travel. And while we look at that, we also have to take note of what it means and what it entails for all destinations, and the fact that to pursue these trends, and particularly in the case of the digital nomad, it requires some level of ambition on the part of some destination. It also requires some level of appreciation of what is the digital infrastructure that is required to enable this to happen. And most of the smaller destinations are without the capacity for this kind of infrastructure. So we have to also examine how those trends are now going to facilitate access within the space that now exists and the absence of critical infrastructure in so many areas. And finally, I think we looked at financing and investment, and this is a big area. In fact, this is the most critical area in my mind in terms of bringing together the countries of both Africa and the Caribbean and the Americas. Because we know in tourism and in marketing, in fact, that where the money goes, the people follow. And so we have brought our friends from the Caribbean Development Bank and from, I think, the Latin America and Caribbean Bank, CAF, which came, I think, yesterday, but their influence reverberates into today's discussion, the African Exim Bank, and a number of other multilateral agencies that have to look at how do we enable the access of capital to facilitate the development of experiences and the infrastructure required to present-proof and to future-proof tourism. And so we have been having good consultations, and we think that emerging out of this is going to be a formula that will enable us to have greater access to capital for not just the demand side of tourism, as I indicated, but the supply side, which is so vital because it is the mastery of the supply side that enables the retention of the tourism dollar in the destinations. And finally, I'd like to make a proposal while we are at it, because I think that while we look at the whole question of resilience and sustainability and climate change and climate action and the issues also of responsibility of not just countries and nations and large companies and multilaterals and multinationals, but also the responsibility of individuals in enabling not just recovery, but the building of resilience. And so there is need, I think, as the professor from the Kenyatta University so eloquently indicated, and no doubt supported by others, for funding support for resilience building and for tourism resilience. But tourism is the third largest pre-COVID and now has emerged as the number one industry of the world that is driving recovery, and that the recovery is faster than is anticipated, and that the 1.4 billion people who were traveling the world prior to COVID-19 are likely to come back between 25 and 30. And that's a quick recovery. But is that recovery going to be supported by a new level of responsibility for tourism globally? And as we discuss the issues of sustainability as the twin partner with resilience, we have to look at how is tourism going to play a greater role in managing resilience. And I think that each of us, if we think it through, can make a contribution. COP28 spoke about loss and damage and creating a fund in order to facilitate adaptation and mitigation and so on, and to create a balance somewhat with small countries and medium countries. And the IMF has put $13.7 trillion, I hear. But these funds are all related to conditionalities and a whole range and a slew of regulations that some can and some can't quite fulfill. I think tourism has an opportunity to create a global fund with no restrictions, with only the countries who are the recipient countries having the responsibility to utilize that fund effectively, efficiently, and appropriately to build resilience among the people. And I think that we are the most consumption-driven industry in the world. Yes, that's what we do. We travel to consume. And 42% of the earnings, the revenue, the expenditure, in fact, of the visitor is on food, food consumption. So to every point of consumption, we leave a carbon footprint. And if we made a contribution at every point of consumption to contribute to restoring that which we have damaged, think of the fund that we would have created. So we go to destination Jamaica, 4.3 million of us, and we consume water, food, alcohol, liquor, you name it, the cultural assets of the country, the geophysical features, the parks, the gardens, the riverine experiences, the beaches, and so on. And in every step of the way, we leave a tip behind for resilience. And perhaps from this conference, we might today create a resolution that suggests that this great industry of tourism takes responsibility for resilience building, because it's resilience that will enable our sustainability. And if you allow us, no doubt, we can craft something in the Declaration of Kingston that might very well guide towards a pool of funds that will remain in the recipient destinations, utilized by them. So there is no need for a multilateral group to define how and when and where you will benefit. We're your fund, created by the consumption of your assets by visitors from all over the world. I want to thank you for today and for the patience that you've shown, but more so, the rigor that has been displayed and the academic strength that we've felt here today. It's an exciting moment, I think, for us in tourism, and I'm so grateful and thankful that we are the backdrop of this kind of excellence that have come out of the minds of our people gathered here. Thank you so much. Enjoy the evening, and see you tomorrow at 9.
Just one quick PSA. Thank you, Minister. For those of you who are traveling back to the hotel, the buses will leave at 5:30. So you can congregate at the front of the building or wherever you did yesterday, wherever the pickup point is, but they will be leaving at 5:30. Thank you so much.